Book 2, Chapter 6, Part 2 of A Voyage towards the South Pole and Round the World, Volume 1, by James Cook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by David Cole. Book 2, Chapter 6, Route of the Ship from New Zealand in Search of a Continent, Part 2. In this situation we had two ice islands in sight, one of which seemed to be as large as any we had seen. It could not be less than 200 feet in height, and terminated in a peak not unlike the cupola of St. Paul's Church. At this time we had a great westerly swell, which made it improbable that any land should lie between us and the meridian of 133½ degrees, which was our longitude, under the latitude we were now in, when we stood to the north. In all this route we had not seen the least thing that could induce us to think we were ever in the neighbourhood of any land. We had indeed frequently seen pieces of seaweed, but this, I am well assured, is no sign of the vicinity of land, for weed is seen in every part of the ocean. After a few hours' calm we got a wind from south-east, but it was very unsettled and attended with thick snow showers. At length it fixed at south by east, and we stretched to the east. The wind blew fresh, was piercing cold, and attended with snow and sleet. On the 22nd, being in the latitude of 62 degrees 5' south, longitude 112 degrees 24' west, we saw an ice island, an Antarctic petrel, several blue petrels, and some other known birds, but no one thing that gave us the least hopes of finding land. On the 23rd at noon we were in the latitude of 62 degrees 22' south, longitude 110 degrees 24'. In the afternoon we passed an ice island. The wind, which blew fresh, continued to veer to the west, and at 8 o'clock the next morning it was to the north of west, when I steered south by west and south-south-west. At this time we were in the latitude of 63 degrees 20' south, longitude 108 degrees 7' west, and had a great sea from south-west. We continued this course till noon the next day, the 25th, when we steered due south. Our latitude at this time was 65 degrees 24' south, longitude 109 degrees 31' west. The wind was at north, the weather mild and not unpleasant, and not a bit of ice in view. This we thought a little extraordinary, as it was but a month before, and not quite 200 leagues to the east, that we were in a manner blocked up with large islands of ice in this very latitude. Saw a single pintado petrel, some blue petrels, and a few brown albatrosses in the evening, being under the same meridian, and in the latitude of 65 degrees 44' south. The variation was 19 degrees 27' east. But the next morning, in the latitude of 66 degrees 20' south, longitude the same as before, it was only 18 degrees 20' east. Probably the mean between the two is the nearest the truth. At this time we had 9 small islands in view, and soon after we came, the third time, within the Antarctic polar circle, in the longitude of 109 degrees 31' west. About noon, seeing the appearance of land to the south-east, we immediately trimmed our sails and stood towards it. Soon after it disappeared, but we did not give it up till 8 o'clock the next morning, when we were well assured that it was nothing but clouds or a fog bank, and then we resumed our course to the south, with a gentle breeze at north-east, attended with a thick fog, snow, and sleet. We now began to meet with ice islands more frequently than before, and in the latitude of 69 degrees 38' south, longitude 108 degrees 12' west, we fell in with a field of loose ice. As we began to be in want of water, I hoisted out 2 boats, and took up as much as yielded about 10 tons. This was cold work, but it was now familiar to us. As soon as we had done, we hoisted in the boats, and thereafterwards made short boards over that part of the sea we had in some measure made ourselves acquainted with. For we had now so thick a fog that we could not see 200 yards round us; and as we knew not the extent of the loose ice, I durst not steer to the south till we had clear weather. Thus we spent the night, or rather that part of 24 hours which answered to night; for we had no darkness but what was occasioned by fogs. At 4 o'clock in the morning of the 29th, the fog began to clear away, and the day becoming clear and serene, we again steered to the south with a gentle gale at N.E. and N.N.E. The variation was found to be 22° 41' east. This was in the latitude of 69° 45' south, longitude 108° 5' west; and in the afternoon, being in the same longitude and in the latitude of 70° 23' south, it was 24° 31' east. Soon after the sky became clouded, and the air very cold. We continued our course to the south, and passed a piece of weed covered with barnacles, which a brown albatross was picking off. At 10 o'clock we passed a very large ice island. It was not less than 3 or 4 miles in circuit. Several more being seen ahead, and the weather becoming foggy, we hauled the wind to the northward; but in less than 2 hours the weather cleared up, and we again stood south. On the 30th, at 4 o'clock in the morning, we perceived the clouds over the horizon to the south to be of an unusual snow white brightness, which we knew denounced our approach to field ice. Soon after it was seen from the topmast head, and at 8 o'clock we were close to its edge. It extended east and west far beyond the reach of our sight. In the situation we were in, just the southern half of our horizon was illuminated by the rays of light reflected from the ice to a considerable height. 97 ice hills were distinctly seen within the field, besides those on the outside, many of them very large, and looking like a ridge of mountains, rising one above another till they were lost in the clouds. The outer or northern edge of this immense field was composed of loose or broken ice close packed together, so that it was not possible for anything to enter it. This was about a mile broad, within which was solid ice in one continued compact body. It was rather low and flat, except the hills, but seemed to increase in height as you traced it to the south, in which direction it extended beyond our sight. Such mountains of ice as these, I believe, were never seen in the Greenland seas, at least not that I ever heard or read of, so that we cannot draw a comparison between the ice here and there. It must be allowed that these prodigious ice mountains must add such additional weight to the ice fields which enclose them, as cannot but make a great difference between the navigating this icy sea and that of Greenland. I will not say it was impossible anywhere to get farther to the south, but the attempting it would have been a dangerous and rash enterprise, and what, I believe, no man in my situation would have thought of. It was indeed my opinion, as well as the opinion of most on board, that this ice extended quite to the pole, or perhaps joined on some land, to which it had been fixed from the earliest time, and that it is here, that is, to the south of this parallel, where all the ice we find scattered up and down to the north is first formed, and afterwards broken off by gales of wind or other causes, and brought to the north by the currents, which we always found to set in that direction in the higher latitudes. As we drew near this ice, some penguins were heard, but none seen, and but few other birds or any other thing that it would induce us to think that any land was near. And yet I think there must be some to the south behind this ice; but if there is, it can afford no better retreat for birds or any other animals than the ice itself, with which it must be wholly covered. I, who had ambition not only to go farther than any one had been before, but as far as it was possible for man to go, was not sorry at meeting with this interruption, as it in some measure relieved us, at least shortened the dangers and hardships inseparable from the navigation of the southern polar regions. Since, therefore, we could not proceed 1 inch farther to the south, no other reason need be assigned for my tacking and standing back to the north, being at this time in the latitude of 71 degrees 10 minutes south, longitude 106 degrees 54 minutes west. It was happy for us that the weather was clear when we fell in with this ice, and that we discovered it as soon as we did, for we had no sooner tacked than we were involved in a thick fog. The wind was at east and blew a fresh breeze, so that we were enabled to return back over that space we had already made ourselves acquainted with. At noon, the mercury in the thermometer stood at 32.5 degrees, and we found the air exceedingly cold. The thick fog, continuing with showers of snow, gave a coat of ice to our rigging of near an inch thick. In the afternoon of the next day the fog cleared away at intervals, but the weather was cloudy and gloomy, and the air excessively cold. However, the sea within our horizon was clear of ice. 1774 February. We continued to stand to the north with the wind easterly till the afternoon on the 1st of February, when, falling in with some loose ice which had been broken from an island to windward, we hoisted out 2 boats, and having taken some on board, resumed our course to the north and northeast, with gentle breezes from southeast, attended sometimes with fair weather, and at other times with snow and sleet. On the 4th we were in the latitude of 65 degrees 42 minutes south, longitude 99 degrees 44 minutes. The next day the wind was very unsettled both in strength and position, and attended with snow and sleet. At length, on the 6th, after a few hours calm, we got a breeze at south, which soon after freshened, fixed at west-south-west, and was attended with snow and sleet. I now came to the resolution to proceed to the north, and to spend the ensuing winter within the tropic, if I met with no employment before I came there. I was now well satisfied no continent was to be found in this ocean, but what must lie so far to the south as to be wholly inaccessible on account of ice; and that if one should be found in the southern Atlantic Ocean, it would be necessary to have the whole summer before us to explore it. On the other hand, upon a supposition that there is no land there, we undoubtedly might have reached the Cape of Good Hope by April, and so have put an end to the expedition, so far as it related to the finding a continent, which indeed was the first object of the voyage. But for me at this time to have quitted the southern Pacific Ocean, with a good ship expressly sent out on discoveries, a healthy crew, and not in want either of stores or of provisions, would have been betraying not only a want of perseverance, but of judgment, in supposing the South Pacific Ocean to have been so well explored that nothing remained to be done in it. This, however, was not my opinion; for though I had proved that there was no continent but what must lie far to the south, there remained nevertheless room for very large islands, in places wholly unexamined, and many of those which were formerly discovered are but imperfectly explored, and their situations as imperfectly known. I was besides of opinion that my remaining in this sea some time longer would be productive of improvements in navigation and geography as well as in other sciences. I had several times communicated my thoughts on this subject to Captain Furneaux, but as it then wholly depended on what we might meet with to the south, I could not give it in orders without running a risk of drawing us from the main object. Since now nothing had happened to prevent me from carrying these views into execution, my intention was first to go in search of the land said to have been discovered by Juan Fernandez above a century ago in about the latitude of 38°. If I should fail in finding this land, then to go in search of Easter Island or Davis's Land, whose situation was known with so little certainty that the attempts lately made to find it had miscarried. I next intended to go within the tropic, and then proceed to the west, touching at and settling the situations of such islands as we might meet with till we arrived at Otaheite, where it was necessary I should stop to look for the Adventure. I had also thoughts of running as far west as the Tierra Austral de Espiritu Santo, discovered by Quiros, and to which M. de Bougainville calls the Great Cyclades. Quiros speaks of this land as being large, or lying in the neighbourhood of large lands, and as this was a point which M. de Bougainville had neither confirmed nor refuted, I thought it was worth clearing up. From this land my design was to steer to the south, and so back to the east, between the latitudes of 50 and 60°, intending, if possible, to be the length of Cape Horn in November next, when we should have the best part of a summer before us, to explore the southern part of the Atlantic Ocean. Great as this design appeared to be, I however thought it possible to be executed, and when I came to communicate it to the officers, I had the satisfaction to find that they all heartily concurred in it. I should not do these gentlemen justice if I did not take some opportunity to declare that they always showed the utmost readiness to carry into execution, in the most effectual manner, every measure I thought proper to take. Under such circumstances it is hardly necessary to say that the seamen were always obedient and alert, and on this occasion they were so far from wishing the voyage at an end, that they rejoiced at the prospect of its being prolonged another year, and of soon enjoying the benefits of a milder climate. I now steered north, inclining to the east, and in the evening we were overtaken with a furious storm at west-south-west, attended with snow and sleet. It came so suddenly upon us, that before we could take in our sails, 2 old topsails, which we had bent to the yards, were blown to pieces, and the other sails much damaged. The gale lasted, without the least intermission, till the next morning, when it began to abate. It continued, however, to blow very fresh till noon on the 12th, when it ended in a calm. At this time we were in the latitude of 50° 14' south, longitude 95° 18' west. Some birds being about the ship, we took the advantage of the calm to put a boat in the water and shot several birds, on which we feasted the next day. One of these birds was of that sort which has been so often mentioned in this journal, under the name of Port Egmont hens. They are of the gull kind, about the size of a raven, with a dark brown plumage except the underside of each wing, where there are some white feathers. The rest of the birds were albatrosses and shearwaters. After a few hours calm, having got a breeze at north-west, we made a stretch to the south-west for 24 hours, in which route we saw a piece of wood, a bunch of weed, and a diving petrel. The wind having veered more to the west, made us tack and stretch to the north till noon on the 14th, at which time we were in the latitude of 49° 32' south, longitude 95° 11' west. We had now calms and light breezes succeeding each other till the next morning, when the wind freshened at west-north-west, and was attended with a thick fog and drizzling rain the 3 following days, during which time we stretched to the north, inclining to the east, and crossed my track to Otaheite in 1769. I did intend to have kept more to the west, but the strong winds from that direction put it out of my power. On the 18th the wind veered to south-west and blew very fresh, but was attended with clear weather, which gave us an opportunity to ascertain our longitude by several lunar observations, made by Messrs Wales, Clark, Gilbert and Smith. The mean result of all was 94 degrees 19 minutes 30 seconds west. Mr Kendall's watch at the same time gave 94 degrees 46 minutes west. Our latitude was 43 degrees 53 minutes south. The wind continued not long at southwest before it veered back to the west and west-northwest. As we advanced to the north, we felt a most sensible change in the weather. The 20th at noon we were in the latitude of 39 degrees 58 minutes south, longitude 94 degrees 37 minutes west. The day was clear and pleasant, and I may say, the only summer's day we had had since we left New Zealand. The mercury in the thermometer rose to 66. We still continued to steer to the north, as the wind remained in the old quarter, and the next day at noon we were in the latitude of 37 degrees 54 minutes south, which was the same that Juan Fernandez's discovery is said to lie in. We, however, had not the least signs of any land lying in our neighbourhood. The next day at noon we were in latitude 36 degrees 10 minutes south, longitude 94 degrees 56 minutes west. Soon after the wind veered to south-south-east and enabled us to steer west-south-west, which I thought the most probable direction to find the land of which we were in search. And yet I had no hopes of succeeding, as we had a large hollow swell from the same point. We, however, continued this course till the 25th, when the wind having veered again round to the westward, I gave it up, and stood away to the north, in order to get into the latitude of Easter Island. Our latitude at this time was 37 degrees 52 minutes, longitude 101 degrees 10 minutes west. I was now well assured that the discovery of Juan Fernandez, if any such was ever made, can be nothing but a small island, there being hardly room for a large land, as will fully appear by the tracks of Captain Wallis, Bougainville of the Endeavour, and this of the Resolution. Whoever wants to see an account of the discovery in question will meet with it in Mr Dalrymple's collection of voyages to the South Seas. This gentleman places it under the meridian of 90 degrees, which I think it cannot be, for Monsieur de Bougainville seems to have run down under that meridian, and we had now examined the latitude in which it is said to lie, from the meridian of 94 degrees to 101 degrees. It is not probable it can lie to the east of 90 degrees, because if it did, it must have been seen, at one time or other, by ships bound from the north into the southern parts of America. Mr Palgrave, in a little treatise concerning the transit of Venus, published in 1768, gives some account of land having been discovered by the Spaniards in 1714, in the latitude of 38 degrees, and 550 leagues from the coast of Chile, which is in the longitude of 110 or 111 degrees west, and within a degree or two of my track in the Endeavour, so that this can hardly be its situation. In short, the only probable situation it can have must be about the meridian of 106 degrees or 108 degrees west, and then it can only be a small isle, as I have already observed. I was now taken ill of the bilious colic, which was so violent as to confine me to my bed, so that the management of the ship was left to Mr Cooper, the first officer, who conducted her very much to my satisfaction. It was several days before the most dangerous symptoms of my disorder were removed, during which time Mr Patten the surgeon was to me not only a skilful physician, but an affectionate nurse; and I should ill deserve the care he bestowed on me if I did not make this public acknowledgment. When I began to recover, a favourite dog belonging to Mr Forster fell a sacrifice to my tender stomach. We had no other fresh meat on board, and I could eat of this flesh as well as broth made of it, when I could taste nothing else. Thus I received nourishment and strength from food which would have made most people in Europe sick. So true it is, that necessity is governed by no law. On the 28th, in the latitude of 33 degrees 7' south, longitude 102 degrees 33' west, we began to see flying fish, egg birds, and noddies, which are said not to go above 60 or 80 leagues from land; but of this we have no certainty. No one yet knows to what distance any of the oceanic birds go to sea. For my own part, I do not believe there is one in the whole tribe that can be relied on, in pointing out the vicinity of land. In the latitude of 30 degrees 30' south, longitude 101 degrees 45' west, we began to see men of war birds. In the latitude of 29 degrees 44', longitude 100 degrees 45' west, we had a calm of nearly 2 days together, during which time the heat was intolerable; but what ought to be remarked, there was a great swell from the south-west. 1774 March. On the 6th of March the calm was succeeded by an easterly wind, with which we steered north-west till noon the 8th, when, being in the latitude of 27 degrees 4' south, longitude 103 degrees 58' west, we steered west, meeting every day with great numbers of birds, such as men of war, tropic and egg birds, poddies, shearwaters, etc. And once we passed several pieces of sponge, and a small dried leaf, not unlike a bay one. Soon after we saw a sea snake, in every respect like those we had before seen at the tropical islands. We also saw plenty of fish, but we were such bad fishers that we caught only 4 albacores, which were very acceptable to me especially, who was just recovering from my late illness. End of Book 2, Chapter 6, Part 2. Recording by David Cole, Medway, Massachusetts. Book 2, Chapter 7 of A Voyage towards the South Pole and Round the World, Volume 1, by James Cook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by David Cole. Book 2, Chapter 7. Sequel of the Passage from New Zealand to Easter Island and Transactions there, with an account of an expedition to discover the inland part of the country, and a description of some of the surprising gigantic statues found in the island. 1774 March. At 8 o'clock in the morning on the 11th, land was seen from the masthead, bearing west, and at noon from the deck, extending from west 3/4 north to west by south, about 12 leagues distance. I made no doubt that this was Davis's Land, or Easter Island, as its appearance from this situation corresponded very well with Wafer's account, and we expected to have seen the low sandy isle that Davis fell in with, which would have been a confirmation. But in this we were disappointed. At 7 o'clock in the evening the island bore from north 62 west to north 87 west, about 5 leagues distance, in which situation we sounded without finding ground, with a line of 140 fathoms. Here we spent the night, having alternately light airs and calms, till 10 o'clock the next morning, when a breeze sprung up at west-south-west. With this we stretched in for the land, and with the help of our glass discovered people, and some of those colossal statues or idols mentioned in the account of Roggewein's voyage. At 4 o'clock p.m. we were half a league south-south-east and north-north-west of the north-east point of the island, and on sounding found 35 fathoms, a dark sandy bottom. I now tacked and endeavoured to get into what appeared to be a bay on the west side of the point or south-east side of the island, but before this could be accomplished night came upon us, and we stood on and off under the land till the next morning, having sounding from 75 to 110 fathoms the same bottom as before. On the 13th, about 8 o'clock in the morning, the wind, which had been variable most part of the night, fixed at south-east and blew in squalls, accompanied with rain, but it was not long before the weather became fair. As the wind now blew right to the south-east shore, which does not afford that shelter I at first thought, I resolved to look for anchorage on the west and north-west sides of the island. With this view I bore up round the south point, off which lie two small islets, the one nearest the point high and peaked, and the other low and flattish. After getting round the point and coming before a sandy beach, we found soundings 30 and 40 fathoms, sandy ground, and about 1 mile from the shore. Here a canoe, conducted by two men, came off to us. They brought with them a bunch of plantains, which they sent into the ship by a rope, and then they returned to shore. This gave us a good opinion of the islanders, and inspired us with hopes of getting some refreshments, which we were in great want of. I continued to range along the coast till we opened the northern point of the isle, without seeing a better anchoring place than the one we had passed. We therefore tacked and plied back to it, and in the mean time sent away the master in a boat to sound the coast. He returned about 5 o'clock in the evening, and soon after we came into an anchor in 36 fathoms water, before the sandy beach above mentioned. As the master drew near the shore with a boat, one of the natives swam off to her, and insisted on coming aboard the ship, where he remained 2 nights and a day. The first thing he did after coming aboard was to measure the length of the ship by fathoming her from the taffrail to the stern, and as he counted the fathoms, we observed that he called the numbers by the same names that they do at Otaheite. Nevertheless, his language was in a manner wholly unintelligible to all of us. Having anchored too near the edge of a bank, a fresh breeze from the land, about 3 o'clock the next morning, drove us off it, on which the anchor was heaved up, and sail made to regain the bank again. While the ship was plying in, I went ashore, accompanied by some of the gentlemen, to see what the island was likely to afford us. We landed at the sandy beach, where some hundreds of the natives were assembled, and who were so impatient to see us, that many of them swam off to meet the boats. Not one of them had so much as a stick or weapon of any sort in their hands. After distributing a few trinkets amongst them, we made signs for something to eat, on which they brought down a few potatoes, plantains, and sugar canes, and exchanged them for nails, looking glasses, and pieces of cloth. We presently discovered that they were as expert thieves and as tricking in their exchanges as any people we had yet met with. It was with some difficulty that we could keep the hats on our heads, but hardly possible to keep anything in our pockets, not even what themselves had sold us, for they would watch every opportunity to snatch it from us, so that we sometimes bought the same thing 2 or 3 times over, and after all did not get it. Before I sailed from England, I was informed that a Spanish ship had visited this isle in 1769. Some signs of it were seen among the people now about us. One man had a pretty good broad-brimmed European hat on, another had a grego jacket, and another a red silk handkerchief. They also seemed to know the use of a musket, and to stand in much awe of it, but this they probably learned from Roggewein, who, if we are to believe the authors of that voyage, left them sufficient tokens. Near the place where we landed were some of those statues before mentioned, which I shall describe in another place. The country appeared barren and without wood. There were, nevertheless, several plantations of potatoes, plantains, and sugar canes. We also saw some fowls, and found a well of brackish water. As these were articles we were in want of, and as the natives seemed not unwilling to part with them, I resolved to stay a day or two. With this view I repaired on board, and brought the ship to an anchor in 32 fathoms water, the bottom a fine dark sand. Our station was about a mile from the nearest shore, the south point of a small bay, in the bottom of which is the sandy beach before mentioned, being east-south-east, distant 1.5 miles. The two rocky islets lying off the south point of the island were just shut behind a point to the north of them. They bore south 3/4 west, 4 miles distant, and the other extreme of the island bore north 25° east, distant about 6 miles. But the best mark for this anchoring place is the beach, because it is the only one on this side of the island. In the afternoon we got on board a few casks of water, and opened a trade with the natives for such things as they had to dispose of. Some of the gentlemen also made an excursion into the country to see what it produced, and returned again in the evening, with the loss only of a hat, which one of the natives snatched off the head of one of the party. Early next morning I sent Lieutenants Pickersgill and Edgecombe with a party of men, accompanied by several of the gentlemen, to examine the country. As I was not sufficiently recovered from my late illness to make one of the party, I was obliged to content myself with remaining at the landing place among the natives. We had at one time a pretty brisk trade with them for potatoes, which we observed they dug up out of an adjoining plantation. But this traffic, which was very advantageous to us, was soon put a stop to by the owner, as we supposed, of the plantation coming down, and driving all the people out of it. By this we concluded that he had been robbed of his property, and that they were not less scrupulous of stealing from one another than from us, on whom they practised every little fraud they could think of, and generally with success; for we no sooner detected them in one than they found out another. About 7 o'clock in the evening, the party I had sent into the country returned, after having been over the greatest part of the island. They left the beach about 9 o'clock in the morning, and took a path which led across to the south-east side of the island, followed by a great crowd of the natives, who pressed much upon them. But they had not proceeded far before a middle-aged man, punctured from head to foot, and his face painted with a sort of white pigment, appeared with a spear in his hand, and walked alongside of them, making signs to his countrymen to keep at a distance, and not to molest our people. When he had pretty well effected this, he hoisted a piece of white cloth on his spear, placed himself in the front, and led the way, with his ensign of peace, as they understood it to be. For the greatest part of the distance across, the ground had but a barren appearance, being a dry hard clay, and everywhere covered with stones. But notwithstanding this, there were several large tracts planted with potatoes, and some plantain walks, but they saw no fruit on any of the trees. Towards the highest part of the south end of the island, the soil, which was a fine red earth, seemed much better, bore a longer grass, and was not covered with stones as in the other parts. But here they saw neither house nor plantation. On the east side, near the sea, they met with 3 platforms of stonework, or rather the ruins of them. On each had stood 4 of those large statues, but they were all fallen down from 2 of them, and also one from the 3rd. All except one were broken by the fall, or in some measure defaced. Mr. Wales measured this one, and found it to be 15 feet in length, and 6 feet broad over the shoulders. Each statue had on its head a large cylindric stone of a red colour, wrought perfectly round. The one they measured, which was not by far the largest, was 52 inches high and 66 in diameter. In some, the upper corner of the cylinder was taken off in a sort of concave quarter round, but in others the cylinder was entire. From this place they followed the direction of the coast to the northeast, the man with the flag still leading the way. For about 3 miles they found the country very barren, and in some places stripped of the soil to the bare rock, which seemed to be a poor sort of iron ore. Beyond this, they came to the most fertile part of the island they saw, it being interspersed with plantations of potatoes, sugar canes, and plantain trees, and these not so much encumbered with stones as those which they had seen before. But they could find no water, except what the natives twice or thrice brought them, which, though brackish and stinking, was rendered acceptable by the extremity of their thirst. They also passed some huts, the owners of which met them with roasted potatoes and sugar canes, and placing themselves ahead of the foremost party, for they marched in a line in order to have the benefit of the path, gave one to each man as he passed by. They observed the same method in distributing the water which they brought, and were particularly careful that the foremost did not drink too much, lest none should be left for the hindmost. But at the very time these were relieving the thirsty and hungry, there were not wanting others who endeavoured to steal from them the very things which had been given them. At last, to prevent worse consequences, they were obliged to fire a load of small shot at one who was so audacious as to snatch from one of the men the bag which contained everything they carried with them. The shot hit him on the back, on which he dropped the bag, ran a little way, and then fell, but he afterwards got up and walked, and what became of him they knew not, nor whether he was much wounded. As this affair occasioned some delay and drew the natives together, they presently saw the man who had hitherto led the way, and 1 or 2 more, coming running towards them, but instead of stopping when they came up, they continued to run round them, repeating in a kind manner a few words until our people set forwards again. Then their old guide hoisted his flag, leading the way as before, and none ever attempted to steal from them the whole day afterwards. As they passed along, they observed on a hill a number of people collected together, some of whom had spears in their hands, but on their being called to by their countrymen, they dispersed, except a few, amongst whom was one seemingly of some note. He was a stout, well-made man, with a fine open countenance. His face was painted, his body punctured, and he wore a better ha-how, or cloth, than the rest. He saluted them as they came up, by stretching out his arms, with both hands clenched, lifting them over his head, opening them wide, and then letting them fall gradually down to his sides. To this man, whom they understood to be chief of the island, their other friend gave his white flag, and he gave him another, who carried it before them the remainder of the day. Towards the eastern end of the island they met with a well whose water was perfectly fresh, being considerably above the level of the sea, but it was dirty owing to the filthiness or cleanliness, call it what you will, of the natives, who never go to drink without washing themselves all over as soon as they have done, and if ever so many of them are together, the first leaps right into the middle of the hole, drinks and washes himself without the least ceremony, after which another takes his place and does the same. They observed that this side of the island was full of those gigantic statues so often mentioned, some placed in groups on platforms of masonry, others single, fixed only in the earth, and that not deep, and these latter are in general much larger than the others. Having measured one which had fallen down, they found it very near 27 feet long, and upwards of 8 feet over the breast or shoulders, and yet this appeared considerably short of the size of one they saw standing, its shade a little past 2 o'clock being sufficient to shelter all the party, consisting of near 30 persons, from the rays of the sun. Here they stopped to dine, after which they repaired to a hill, from whence they saw all the east and north shores of the isle, on which they could not see either bay or creek fit even for a boat to land in, nor the least signs of fresh water. What the natives brought them here was real salt water, but they observed that some of them drank pretty plentifully of it. So far will necessity and custom get the better of nature. On this account they were obliged to return to the last mentioned well, where, after having quenched their thirst, they directed their route across the island towards the ship, as it was now 4 o'clock. In a small hollow on the highest part of the island, they met with several such cylinders as are placed on the heads of the statues. Some of these appeared larger than any they had seen before, but it was now too late to stop to measure any of them. Mr. Wales, from whom I had this information, is of opinion that there had been a quarry here, whence these stones had formerly been dug, and that it would have been no difficult matter to roll them down the hill after they were formed. I think this a very reasonable conjecture, and have no doubt that it has been so. On the declivity of the mountain towards the west they met with another well, but the water was a very strong mineral, had a thick green scum on the top, and stunk intolerably. Necessity, however, obliged some to drink of it, but it soon made them so sick they threw it up the same way that it went down. In all this excursion, as well as the one made the preceding day, only 2 or 3 shrubs were seen. The leaf and seed of one, called by the natives taramedo, were not much unlike those of the common vetch, but the pod was more like that of a tamarind in its size and shape. The seeds have a disagreeable bitter taste, and the natives, when they saw our people chew them, made signs to spit them out, from whence it was concluded that they think them poisonous. The wood is of a reddish colour and pretty hard and heavy, but very crooked, small and short, not exceeding 6 or 7 feet in height. At the southwest corner of the island they found another small shrub, whose leaf was white and brittle, and in some measure, as also its leaf, resembling the ash. They also saw in several places the Otaheitan cloth plant, but it was poor and weak, and not above 2½ feet high at most. They saw not an animal of any sort, and but very few birds, nor indeed anything which can induce ships that are not in the utmost distress to touch at this island. This account of the excursion I had from Mr. Pickersgill and Mr. Wales, men on whose veracity I could depend, and therefore I determined to leave the island the next morning, since nothing was to be obtained that could make it worth my while to stay longer, for the water which we had sent on board was not much better than if it had been taken up out of the sea. We had a calm till 10 o'clock in the morning of the 16th, when a breeze sprung up at west, accompanied with heavy showers of rain, which lasted about an hour. The weather then clearing up, we got under sail, stood to sea, and kept plying to and fro, while an officer was sent on shore with 2 boats, to purchase such refreshments as the natives might have brought down; for I judged this would be the case, as they knew nothing of our sailing. The event proved that I was not mistaken, for the boats made 2 trips before night, when we hoisted them in, and made sail to the northwest, with a light breeze at north-northeast. End of Book 2, Chapter 7. Recording by David Cole, Medway, Massachusetts. Book 2, Chapter 8 of A Voyage Towards the South Pole and Round the World, Volume 1 by James Cook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by David Cole. Chapter 8. A description of the island and its produce, situation and inhabitants, their manners and customs, conjectures concerning their government, religion, and other subjects, with a more particular account of the gigantic statues. 1774 March. I shall now give some further account of this island, which is undoubtedly the same that Admiral Roggevane touched at in April 1722, although the description given of it by the authors of that voyage does by no means agree with it now. It may also be the same that was seen by Captain Davis in 1686, for, when seen from the east, it answers very well to Wafer's description, as I have before observed. In short, if this is not the land, his discovery cannot lie far from the coast of America, as this latitude has been well explored from the meridian of 80° to 110°. Captain Carteret carried it much further, but his track seems to have been a little too far south. Had I found fresh water, I intended spending some days in looking for the low sandy isle Davis fell in with, which would have determined the point; but as I did not find water, and had a long run to make before I was assured of getting any, and being in want of refreshments, I declined the search, as a small delay might have been attended with bad consequences to the crew, many of them beginning to be more or less affected with the scurvy. No nation need contend for the honour of the discovery of this island, as there can be few places which afford less convenience for shipping than it does. Here is no safe anchorage, no wood for fuel, nor any fresh water worth taking on board. Nature has been exceedingly sparing of her favours to this spot. As everything must be raised by dint of labour, it cannot be supposed that the inhabitants plant much more than is sufficient for themselves; and as they are but few in number, they cannot have much to spare to supply the wants of visitant strangers. The produce is sweet potatoes, yams, tara or eddy root, plantains and sugar canes, all pretty good, the potatoes especially, which are the best of the kind I ever tasted. Gourds they have also, but so very few, that a cocoa nut shell was the most valuable thing we could give them. They have a few tame fowls, such as cocks and hens, small but well tasted. They have also rats, which it seems they eat, for I saw a man with some dead ones in his hand, and he seemed unwilling to part with them, giving me to understand they were for food. Of land birds there were hardly any, and sea birds but few. These were men of war, tropic and egg birds, noddies, tern, etc. The coast seemed not to abound with fish, at least we could catch none with hook and line, and it was but very little we saw among the natives. Such is the produce of Easter Island, or Davis's Land, which is situated in 27° 5' 30" south, longitude 109° 46' 20" west. It is about 10 or 12 leagues in circuit, hath a hilly and stony surface, and an iron-bound shore. The hills are of such a height as to be seen 15 or 16 leagues. Off the south end are 2 rocky islets, lying near the shore. The north and east points of the island rise directly from the sea to a considerable height. Between them and the south-east side, the shore forms an open bay, in which I believe the Dutch anchored. We anchored, as hath been already mentioned, on the west side of the island, 3 miles to the north of the south point, with the sandy beach bearing east-south-east. This is a very good road with easterly winds, but a dangerous one with westerly, as the other on the south-east side must be with easterly winds. For this and other bad accommodations already mentioned, nothing but necessity will induce any one to touch at this isle, unless it can be done without getting much out of the way, in which case touching here may be advantageous, as the people willingly and readily part with such refreshments as they have, and at an easy rate. We certainly received great benefit from the little we got, but few ships can come here without being in want of water, and this want cannot be here supplied. The little we took on board could not be made use of, being only salt water which had filtered through a stony beach into a stone well. This the natives had made for the purpose, a little to the southward of the sandy beach so often mentioned, and the water ebbed and flowed into it with the tide. The inhabitants of this island do not seem to exceed 600 or 700 souls, and above 2/3 of those we saw were males. They either have but few females amongst them, or else many were restrained from making their appearance during our stay, for though we saw nothing to induce us to believe the men were of a jealous disposition, or the women afraid to appear in public, something of this kind was probably the case. In colour, features, and language, they bear such an affinity to the people of the more western isles, that no one will doubt they have had the same origin. It is extraordinary that the same nation should have spread themselves over all the isles in this vast ocean, from New Zealand to this island, which is almost 1/4 part of the circumference of the globe. Many of them have now no other knowledge of each other than what is preserved by antiquated tradition, and they have, by length of time, become, as it were, different nations, each having adopted some peculiar custom or habit, etc. Nevertheless, a careful observer will soon see the affinity each has to the other. In general, the people of this isle are a slender race. I did not see a man that would measure 6 feet. So far are they from being giants, as one of the authors of Roggewein's Voyage asserts. They are brisk and active, have good features, and not disagreeable countenances, are friendly and hospitable to strangers, but as much addicted to pilfering as any of their neighbours. Tattooing, or puncturing the skin, is much used here. The men are marked from head to foot, with figures all nearly alike, only some give them one direction and some another, as fancy leads. The women are but little punctured. Red and white paint is an ornament with them, as also with the men. The former is made of turmeric, but what composes the latter I know not. Their clothing is a piece or two of quilted cloth, about 6 feet by 4, or a mat. One piece wrapped round their loins and another over their shoulders make a complete dress. But the men, for the most part, are in a manner naked, wearing nothing but a slip of cloth betwixt their legs, each end of which is fastened to a cord or belt they wear round the waist. Their cloth is made of the same materials as at Otaheite, viz. Of the bark of the cloth plant; but, as they have but little of it, our Otaheitean cloth, or indeed any sort of it, came here to a good market. Their hair in general is black. The women wear it long, and sometimes tied up on the crown of the head, but the men wear it and their beards cropped short. Their head dress is a round fillet adorned with feathers, and a straw bonnet something like a Scotch one, the former, I believe, being chiefly worn by the men, and the latter by the women. Both men and women have very large holes, or rather slits, in their ears, extending to near 3 inches in length. They sometimes turn this slit over the upper part, and then the ear looks as if the flap was cut off. The chief ear ornaments are the white down of feathers and rings, which they wear in the inside of the hole, made of some elastic substance, rolled up like a watch spring. I judged this was to keep the whole at its utmost extension. I do not remember seeing them wear any other ornaments, excepting amulets made of bone or shells. As harmless and friendly as these people seem to be, they are not without offensive weapons, such as short wooden clubs and spears, the latter of which are crooked sticks about 6 feet long, armed at one end with pieces of flint. They have also a weapon made of wood, like the patu patu of New Zealand. Their houses are low miserable huts, constructed by setting sticks upright in the ground at 6 or 8 feet distance, then bending them towards each other, and tying them together at the top, forming thereby a kind of Gothic arch. The longest sticks are placed in the middle, and shorter ones each way, and less distance asunder, by which means the building is highest and broadest in the middle, and lower and narrower towards each end. To these are tied others horizontally, and the whole is thatched over with leaves of sugar cane. The doorway is in the middle of one side, formed like a porch, and so low and narrow as just to admit a man to enter upon all fours. The largest house I saw was about 60 feet long, 8 or 9 feet high in the middle, and 3 or 4 at each end. Its breadth at these parts was nearly equal to its height. Some have a kind of vaulted houses built with stone and partly underground, but I never was in one of these. I saw no household utensils among them except gourds, and of these but very few. They were extravagantly fond of cocoa-nut shells, more so than of any thing we could give them. They dressed their victuals in the same manner as Otaheite, that is, with hot stones in an oven or hole in the ground. The straw or tops of sugar cane, plantain heads, etc., serve them for fuel to heat the stones. Plantains, which require but little dressing, they roast under fires of straw, dried grass, etc., and the whole races of them are ripened or roasted in this manner. We frequently saw 10 or a dozen or more such fires in one place, and most commonly in the mornings and evenings. Not more than 3 or 4 canoes were seen at the whole island, and these very mean, and built of many pieces sewed together with small line. They are about 18 or 20 feet long, head and stem carved or raised a little, are very narrow and fitted with outriggers. They do not seem capable of carrying above 4 persons, and are by no means fit for any distant navigation. As small and mean as these canoes were, it was a matter of wonder to us where they got the wood to build them with, for in one of them was a board 6 or 8 feet long, 14 inches broad at one end and 8 at the other, whereas we did not see a stick on the island that would have made a board half this size, nor indeed was there another piece in the whole canoe half as big. There are 2 ways by which it is possible they may have got this large wood. It may have been left here by the Spaniards, or it might have been driven on the shore of the island from some distant land. It is even possible there may be some land in the neighbourhood from whence they might have got it. We, however, saw no signs of any, nor could we get the least information on this head from the natives, although we tried every method we could think of to obtain it. We were almost as unfortunate in our inquiries for the proper or native name of the island, for on comparing notes I found we had got 3 different names for it, viz. Tamareki, Waihu, and Tiapi. Without pretending to say which, or whether any of them is right, I shall only observe that the last was obtained by Oedidi, who understood their language much better than any of us, though even he understood it but very imperfectly. It appears by the account of Roggewein's voyage, that these people had no better vessels than when he first visited them. The want of materials and not of genius seems to be the reason why they have made no improvement in this art. Some pieces of carving were found amongst them, both well designed and executed. Their plantations are prettily laid out by line, but not enclosed by any fence. Indeed, they have nothing for this purpose but stones. I have no doubt that all these plantations are private property, and that there are here, as at Otaheite, chiefs, which they call Arikis, to whom these plantations belong. But of the power or authority of these chiefs, or of the government of these people, I confess myself quite ignorant. Nor are we better acquainted with their religion. The gigantic statues so often mentioned are not, in my opinion, looked upon as idols by the present inhabitants, whatever they might have been in the days of the Dutch. At least I saw nothing that could induce me to think so. On the contrary, I rather suppose that they are burying places for certain tribes or families. I, as well as some others, saw a human skeleton lying in one of the platforms just covered with stones. Some of these platforms of masonry are 30 or 40 feet long, 12 or 16 broad, and from 3 to 12 in height, which last in some measure depends on the nature of the ground, for they are generally at the brink of the bank facing the sea, so that this face may be 10 or 12 feet or more high, and the other may not be above 3 or 4. They are built, or rather faced, with hewn stones, of a very large size, and the workmanship is not inferior to the best plain piece of masonry we have in England. They use no sort of cement, yet the joints are exceedingly close, and the stones mortised and tenanted one into another in a very artful manner. The side walls are not perpendicular, but inclining a little inwards, in the same manner that breastworks, etc., are built in Europe. Yet had not all this care, pains, and sagacity been able to preserve these curious structures from the ravages of all devouring time. The statues, or at least many of them, are erected on these platforms, which serve as foundations. They are, as near as we could judge, about half length, ending in a sort of stump at the bottom, on which they stand. The workmanship is rude but not bad, nor are the features of the face ill formed, the nose and chin in particular, but the ears are long beyond proportion, and as to the bodies, there is hardly anything like a human figure about them. I had an opportunity of examining only 2 or 3 of these statues, which are near the landing place, and they were of a grey stone, seemingly of the same sort as that with which the platforms were built. But some of the gentlemen who travelled over the island and examined many of them, were of opinion that the stone of which they were made was different from any they saw on the island, and had much the appearance of being fractitious. We could hardly conceive how these islanders, wholly unacquainted with any mechanical power, could raise such stupendous figures, and afterwards place the large cylindric stones before mentioned upon their heads. The only method I can conceive is by raising the upper end by little and little, supporting it by stones as it is raised, and building about it till they got it erect. Thus a sort of mount or scaffolding would be made, upon which they might roll the cylinder, and place it upon the head of the statue, and then the stones might be removed from about it. But if the stones are fractitious, the statues might have been put together on the place, in their present position, and the cylinder put on by building a mount round them, as above mentioned. But let them have been made and set up by this or any other method, they must have been a work of immense time, and sufficiently show the ingenuity and perseverance of these islanders in the age in which they were built, for the present inhabitants have most certainly had no hand in them, and they do not even repair the foundations of those which are going to decay. They give different names to them, such as Gotu Moara, Marapate, Canaro, Goe Tugu, Mata Mata, etc., etc., to which they sometimes prefix the word Moi, and sometimes an ex-ariki. The latter signifies chief, and the former burying or sleeping place, as well as we could understand. Besides the monuments of antiquity, which were pretty numerous, and nowhere but on or near the sea coast, there were many little heaps of stones piled up in different places along the coast. 2 or 3 of the uppermost stones in each pile were generally white, perhaps always so, when the pile is complete. It will hardly be doubted that these piles of stones had a meaning. Probably they might mark the place where people had been buried, and serve instead of the large statues. The working tools of these people are but very mean, and like those of all the other islands we had visited in this ocean, made of stone, bone, shells, etc. They set but little value on iron or iron tools, which is the more extraordinary as they know their use, but the reason may be their having but little occasion for them. End of Book 2, Chapter 8. Recording by David Cole, Medway, Massachusetts. Book 2, Chapter 9 of A Voyage towards the South Pole and Round the World, Volume 1, by James Cook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by David Cole. Chapter 9. The passage from Easter Island to the Marquesas Islands. Transactions and incidents which happened while the ship lay in Madre de Dios, or Resolution Bay, in the island of St. Christina. 1774 March. After leaving Easter Island I steered north-west by north and north-northwest with a fine easterly gale, intending to touch at the Marquesas, if I met with nothing before I got there. We had not been long at sea, before the bilious disorder made another attack upon me, but not as violent as the former. I believe this second visit was owing to exposing and fatiguing myself too much at Easter Island. On the 22nd, being in the latitude of 19 degrees 20' south, longitude 114 degrees 49' west, steered northwest. Since leaving Easter Island, the variation had not been more than 3 degrees 4 minutes, nor less than 2 degrees 32 minutes east. But on the 26th at 6 a.m., in latitude 15 degrees 7' south, longitude 119 degrees 45' west, it was no more than 1 degree 1 minute east, after which it began to increase. On the 29th, being in the latitude of 10 degrees 20 minutes, longitude 123 degrees 58' west, altered the course to west-northwest, and the next day to west, being then in latitude 9 degrees 24 minutes, which I judged to be the parallel of Marquesas, where, as I have before observed, I intended to touch, in order to settle their situation, which I find different in different charts. Having now a steadily settled trade wind and pleasant weather, I ordered the forge to be set up, to repair and make various necessary articles in the iron way, and the caulkers had already been some time at work caulking the decks, weatherworks, etc. 1774 April. As we advanced to the west, we found the variation to increase but slowly, for on the 3rd of April it was only 4 degrees 40 minutes east, being then in the latitude of 9 degrees 32 minutes, longitude 132 degrees 45 minutes, by observation made at the same time. I continued to steer to the west till the 6th, at 4 in the afternoon, at which time, being in the latitude of 9 degrees 20 minutes, longitude 138 degrees 14 minutes west, we discovered an island bearing west by south, distant about 9 leagues. 2 hours after we saw another bearing southwest by south, which appeared more extensive than the former. I hauled up for this island, and ran under an easy sail all night, having squally unsettled rainy weather, which is not very uncommon in this sea, when near high land. At 6 o'clock the next morning, the first island bore N.W., the second S.W. 1/2 west, and a third west. I gave orders to steer for the separation between the two last, and soon after a fourth was seen, still more to the west. By this time we were well assured that these were the Marquesas, discovered by Mendana in 1595. The first isle was a new discovery, which I named Hood's Island, after the young gentleman who first saw it. The second was that of St Pedro, the third La Dominica, and the fourth St Christina. We ranged the south-east coast of La Dominica, without seeing the least signs of anchorage, till we came to the channel that divides it from St Christiana, through which we passed, hauled over for the last mentioned island, and ran along the coast to the southwest, in search of Mendana's port. We passed several coves in which there seemed to be anchorage, but a great surf broke on all the shores. Some canoes put off from these places, and followed us down the coast. At length, having come before the port we were in search of, we attempted to turn into it, the wind being right out; but as it blew in violent squalls from this high land, one of these took us just after we had put in stays, paid the ship off again, and before she wore round, she was within a few yards of being driven against the rocks to leeward. This obliged us to stand out to sea, and to make a stretch to windward; after which we stood in again, and without attempting to turn, anchored in the entrance of the bay in 34 fathoms water, a fine sandy bottom. This was no sooner done than about 30 or 40 of the natives came off to us in 10 or 12 canoes, but it required some address to get them alongside. At last a hatchet and some spike nails induced the people in one canoe to come under the quarter gallery; after which all the others put alongside, and having exchanged some breadfruit and fish for small nails, etc., retired ashore, the sun being already set. We observed a heap of stones on the bow of each canoe, and every man to have a sling tied round his hand. Very early next morning the natives visited us again in much greater numbers than before, bringing with them breadfruit, plantains, and one pig, all of which they exchanged for nails, etc. But in this traffic they would frequently keep our goods, and make no return, till at last I was obliged to fire a musket ball over one man, who had several times served it in this manner; after which they dealt more fairly, and soon after several of them came on board. At this time we were preparing to warp further into the bay, and I was going in a boat, to look for the most convenient place to moor the ship in. Observing too many of the natives on board, I said to the officers, "You must look well after these people, or they will certainly carry off something or another." I had hardly got into the boat, before I was told they had stolen one of the iron stanchions from the opposite gangway, and were making off with it. I ordered them to fire over the canoe till I could get round in the boat, but not to kill any one. But the natives made too much noise for me to be heard, and the unhappy thief was killed at the third shot. Two others in the same canoe leaped overboard, but got in again just as I came to them. The stanchion they had thrown overboard. One of them, a man grown, sat bailing the blood and water out of the canoe, in a kind of hysteric laugh. The other, a youth about 14 or 15 years of age, looked on the deceased with a serious and dejected countenance. We had afterwards reason to believe he was his son. At this unhappy accident all the natives retired with precipitation. I followed them into the bay, and prevailed upon the people in one canoe to come alongside the boat and receive some nails, and other things which I gave them. This in some measure allayed their fears. Having taken a view of the bay, and found that fresh water, which we most wanted, was to be had, I returned on board, and carried out a kedge anchor, with 3 hawsers upon an end, to warp the ship in by, and hove short on the bower. One would have thought that the natives, by this time, would have been so sensible of the effect of our firearms, as not to have provoked us to fire upon them any more, but the event proved otherwise; for the boat had not sooner left the kedge anchor than 2 men in a canoe put off from the shore, took hold of the buoy rope, and attempted to drag it ashore, little considering what was fast to it. Lest, after discovering their mistake, they should take away the buoy, I ordered a musket to be fired at them. The ball fell short, and they took not the least notice of it; but a second having passed over them, they let go the buoy, and made for the shore. This was the last shot we had occasion to fire at any of them, while we lay at this place. It probably had more effect than killing the man, by showing them that they were not safe at any distance. At least we had reason to think so, for they afterwards stood in great dread of the musket. Nevertheless, they would very often be exercising their talent of thieving upon us, which I thought proper to put up with, as our stay was not likely to be long amongst them. The trouble these people gave us retarded us so long, that before we were ready to heave the anchor, the wind began to increase, and blow in squalls out of the bay, so that we were obliged to lie fast. It was not long before the natives ventured off to us again. In the first canoe which came, was a man who seemed to be of some consequence. He advanced slowly, with a pig on his shoulder, and speaking something which we did not understand. As soon as he got alongside, I made him a present of a hatchet and several other articles. In return he sent in his pig, and was at last prevailed upon to come himself up to the gangway, where he made but a short stay. The reception this man met with induced the people in all the other canoes to put alongside, and exchanges were presently re-established. Matters being thus settled on board, I went on shore with a party of men, to see what was to be done there. We were received by the natives with great courtesy, and, as if nothing had happened, trafficked with them for some fruit and a few small pigs, and after loading the launch with water, returned aboard. After dinner I sent the boats ashore for water, under the protection of a guard. On their landing the natives all fled but 1 man, and he seemed much frightened. Afterwards 1 or 2 more came down, and these were all that were seen this afternoon. We could not conceive the reason of this sudden flight. Early in the morning of the 9th the boats were sent as usual for water, and just as they were coming off, but not before, some of the natives made their appearance. After breakfast I landed some little time before the guard, when the natives crowded round me in great numbers, but as soon as the guard landed, I had enough to do to keep them from running off. At length their fears vanished, and a trade was opened for fruit and pigs. I believe the reason of the natives flying from our people the day before was their not seeing me at the head of them, for they certainly would have done the same to-day had I not been present. About noon a chief of some consequence, attended by a great number of people, came down to the landing place. I presented him with such articles as I had with me, and in return he gave me some of his ornaments. After these mutual exchanges a good understanding seemed to be established between us, so that we got by exchanges as much fruit as loaded 2 boats, with which we returned on board to dinner, but could not prevail on the chief to accompany us. In the afternoon the watering and trading parties were sent on shore, though the latter got but little, as most of the natives had retired into the country. A party of us went to the other, or southern cove of the bay, where I procured 5 pigs, and came to the house which, we were told, did belong to the man we had killed. He must have been a person of some note, as there were 6 pigs in and about his house, which we were told belonged to his son, who fled on our approach. I wanted much to have seen him, to make him a present, and by other kind treatment to convince him and the others that it was not from any bad design against the nation that we had killed his father. It would have been to little purpose if I had left anything in the house, as it certainly would have been taken by others, especially as I could not sufficiently explain to them my meaning. Strict honesty was seldom observed when the property of our things came to be disputed. I saw a striking instance of this in the morning, when I was going ashore. A man in a canoe offered me a small pig for a 6-inch spike, and another man being employed to convey it, I gave him the spike, which he kept for himself, and instead of it, gave to the man who owned the pig a 6-penny nail. Words of course arose, and I waited to see how it would end; but as the man who had possession of the spike seemed resolved to keep it, I left them before it was decided. In the evening we returned on board with what refreshments we had collected, and thought we had made a good day's work. On the 10th, early in the morning, some people from more distant parts came in canoes alongside and sold us some pigs, so that we had now sufficient to give the crew a fresh meal. They were in general so small that 40 or 50 were hardly sufficient for this purpose. The trade on shore for fruit was as brisk as ever. After dinner I made a little expedition in my boat along the coast to the southward, accompanied by some of the gentlemen. At the different places we touched at we collected 18 pigs, and I believe might have got more. The people were exceedingly obliging wherever we landed, and readily brought down whatever we desired. The next morning I went down to the same place where we had been the preceding evening, but instead of getting pigs as I expected, found the scene quite changed. The nails and other things they were mad about but the evening before they now despised, and instead of them wanted they did not know what, so that I was obliged to return with 3 or 4 little pigs, which cost more than a dozen did the day before. When I got on board I found the same change had happened there, as also at the trading place on shore. The reason was, several of the young gentlemen having landed the preceding day, had given away in exchange various articles which the people had not seen before, and which took with them more than nails or more useful iron tools. But what ruined our market the most was one of them giving for a pig a very large quantity of red feathers he had got at Amsterdam. None of us knew at this time that this article was in such estimation here, and if I had known it, I could not have supported the trade, in the manner it was begun, one day. Thus was our fine prospect of getting a plentiful supply of refreshments from these people frustrated, which will ever be the case so long as every one is allowed to make exchanges for what he pleases, and in what manner he pleases. When I found this island was not likely to supply us on any conditions with sufficient refreshments, such as we might expect to find at the Society Isles, nor very convenient for taking in wood and water, nor for giving the ship the necessary repairs she wanted, I resolved forthwith to leave it, and proceed to some other place where our wants might be effectually relieved. For after having been 19 weeks at sea, and living all the time upon salt diet, we could not but grant some refreshments, although I must own, and that with pleasure, that on our arrival here, it could hardly be said we had one sick man, and but a few who had the least complaint. This was undoubtedly owing to the many antiscorbutic articles we had on board, and to the great attention of the surgeon, who was remarkably careful to apply them in time. End of Book 2, Chapter 9. Recording by David Cole, Medway, Massachusetts. Book 2, Chapter 10 of A Voyage towards the South Pole and Round the World, Volume 1, by James Cook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by David Cole. Chapter 10. Departure from the Marquesas. a description of the situation, extent, figure, and appearance of the several islands, with some account of the inhabitants, their customs, dress, habitations, food, weapons, and canoes. 1774 April. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon we weighed, and stood over from St Christina for La Dominica, in order to take a view of the west side of that isle; but as it was dark before we reached it, the night was spent in plying between the two isles. The next morning we had a full view of the south-west point, from which the coast trended north-east; so that it was not probable we should find good anchorage on that side, as being exposed to the easterly winds. We had now but little wind, and that very variable, with showers of rain. At length we got a breeze at east-north-e, with which we steered to the south. At 5 o'clock p.m. Resolution Bay bore east-north-e 1/2 east, distant 5 leagues, and the island Magdalena south-east about 9 leagues distance. This was the only sight we had of this isle. From hence I steered south-south-west 1/2 west for Otaheite, with a view of falling in with some of those isles discovered by former navigators, especially those discovered by the Dutch, whose situations are not well determined. But it will be necessary to return to the Marquesas, which were, as I have already observed, first discovered by Mendana, a Spaniard, and from him obtained the general name they now bear, as well as those of the different isles. The nautical account of them, in volume 1, page 61, of Dalrymple's collection of Voyages to the South Seas, is deficient in nothing but situation. This was my chief reason for touching at them. The settling this point is the more useful, as it will in a great measure fix the situations of Mendana's other discoveries. The Marquesas are 5 in number, viz. La Magdalena, St Pedro, La Dominica, Santa Cristina, and Hood's Island, which is the northernmost, situated in latitude 9 degrees 26 minutes south, and north 13 degrees west, 5 leagues and 1/2 distant from the east point of La Dominica, which is the largest of all the isles, extending east and west 6 leagues. It hath an unequal breadth, and is about 15 or 16 leagues in circuit. It is full of rugged hills, rising in ridges directly from the sea. These ridges are disjoined by deep valleys, which are clothed with wood, as are the sides of some of the hills. The aspect, however, is barren, but it is nevertheless inhabited. Latitude 9 degrees 44 minutes 30 seconds south St Pedro, which is about 3 leagues in circuit and of a good height, lies south 4 leagues and 1/2 from the east end of La Dominica. We know not if it be inhabited. Nature has not been very bountiful to it. St Christina lies under the same parallel, 3 or 4 leagues more to the west. This island stretches north and south, is 9 miles long in that direction, and about 7 leagues in circuit. A narrow ridge of hills of considerable height extends the whole length of the island. There are other ridges which, rising from the sea and with an equal ascent, join the main ridge. These are disjoined by deep narrow valleys, which are fertile, adorned with fruit and other trees, and watered by fine streams of excellent water. La Magdalena we only saw at a distance. Its situation must be nearly in the latitude of 10 degrees 25 minutes, longitude 138 degrees 50 minutes. So that these isles occupy 1 degree in latitude and near 1/2 degree in longitude, viz. from 138 degrees 47 minutes to 139 degrees 13 minutes west, which is the longitude of the west end of La Dominica. The port of Madre de Dios, which I named Resolution Bay, is situated near the middle of the west side of St Christina, and under the highest land in the island, in latitude 9 degrees 55 minutes 30 seconds, longitude 139 degrees 8 minutes 40 seconds west. and north 15" west from the west end of La Dominica. The south point of the bay is a steep rock of considerable height, terminating at the top in a peaked hill, above which you will see a pathway leading up a narrow ridge to the summit of the hills. The north point is not so high, and rises with a more gentle slope. They are a mile from each other, in the direction of north by east and south by west. In the bay, which is near 3/4 of a mile deep, and has from 34 to 12 fathoms water, with a clean sandy bottom, are 2 sandy coves, divided from each other by a rocky point. In each is a rivulet of excellent water. The northern cove is the most commodious for wooding and watering. Here is a little waterfall mentioned by Quiros, Mendana's pilot, but the town or village is in the other cove. There are several other coves or bays on this side of the island, and some of them, especially to the northward, may be mistaken for this. Therefore, the best direction is the bearing of the west end of La Dominica. The trees, plants, and other productions of these isles, so far as we know, are nearly the same as at Otaheite and the Society Isles. The refreshments to be got are hogs, fowls, plantains, yams, and some other roots; likewise breadfruit and cocoa nuts, but of these not many. At first these articles were purchased with nails. Beads, looking glasses, and such trifles, which are so highly valued at the Society Islands, are in no esteem here, and even nails at last lost their value for other articles far less useful. The inhabitants of these islands collectively are without exception the finest race of people in this sea. For fine shape and regular features they perhaps surpass all other nations. Nevertheless, the affinity of their language to that spoken in Otaheite and the Society Isles shows that they are of the same nation. Oedidee could converse with them tolerably well, though we could not; but it was easy to see that their language was nearly the same. The men are punctured or curiously tattooed from head to foot. The figures are various, and seem to be directed more by fancy than custom. These punctuations make them look dark. But the women, who are but little punctured, youths and young children, who are not at all, are as fair as some Europeans. The men are in general tall, that is, about 5 feet 10 inches or 6 feet; but I saw none that were fat and lusty like the Earees of Otaheite, nor did I see any that could be called meagre. Their teeth are not so good, nor are their eyes so full and lively as those of many other nations. Their hair, like ours, is of many colours, except red, of which I saw none. Some have it long, but the most general custom is to wear it short, except a bunch on each side of the crown, which they tie in a knot. They observe different modes in trimming the beard, which is in general long. Some part it, and tie it in 2 bunches under the chin; others plait it, some wear it loose, and others quite short. Their clothing is the same as at Otaheite, and made of the same materials, but they have it not in such plenty, nor is it so good. The men, for the most part, have nothing to cover their nakedness, except the mara, as it is called at Otaheite, which is a slip of cloth passed round the waist and betwixt the legs. This simple dress is quite sufficient for the climate, and answers every purpose modesty requires. The dress of the women is a piece of cloth wrapped round the loins like a petticoat, which reaches down below the middle of the leg, and a loose mantle over their shoulders. Their principal head dress, and what appears to be their chief ornament, is a sort of broad fillet, curiously made of the fibres of the husk of cocoa nuts. In the front is fixed a mother of pearl shell, wrought round to the size of a tea saucer. Before that is another smaller one, a very fine tortoiseshell, perforated into curious figures. Also before, and in the centre of that, is another round piece of mother of pearl, about the size of half a crown, and before this another piece of perforated tortoiseshell, about the size of a shilling. Besides this decoration in front, some have it also on each side, but in smaller pieces, and all have fixed to them the tail feathers of cocks or tropic birds, which, when the fillet is tied on, stand upright, so that the whole together makes a very sightly ornament. They wear round the neck a kind of ruff or necklace, call it which you please, made of light wood, the out and upper side covered with small red peas, which are fixed on with gum. They also wear small bunches of human hair, fastened to a string, and tied round the arms and legs. Sometimes, instead of hair, they make use of short feathers, but all the above-mentioned ornaments are seldom seen on the same person. I saw only the chief who came to visit us completely dressed in this manner. Their ordinary ornaments are necklaces and amulets made of shells, etc. I did not see any with earrings, and yet all of them had their ears pierced. Their dwellings are in the valleys, and on the sides of the hills, near their plantations. They are built after the same manner as at Otaheite, but are much meaner, and only covered with the leaves of the bread tree. The most of them are built on a square or oblong pavement of stone, raised some height above the level of the ground. They likewise have such pavements near their houses, on which they sit to eat and amuse themselves. In the article of eating, these people are by no means so cleanly as the Otaheitans. They are likewise dirty in their cookery. Pork and fowls are dressed in an oven of hot stones as at Otaheite, but fruit and roots they roast on the fire, and after taking off the rind or skin, put them into a platter or trough with water, out of which I have seen both men and hogs eat at the same time. I once saw them make a batter of fruit and roots diluted with water, in a vessel that was loaded with dirt, and out of which the hogs had been but that moment eating, without giving it the least washing, or even washing their hands, which were equally dirty, and when I expressed a dislike, was laughed at. I know not if all are so. The actions of a few individuals are not sufficient to fix a custom on a whole nation, nor can I say if it is the custom for men and women to have separate messes. I saw nothing to the contrary. Indeed, I saw but few women upon the whole. They seem to have dwellings or strongholds on the summits of the highest hills. These we only saw by the help of our glasses, for I did not permit any of our people to go there, as we were not sufficiently acquainted with the disposition of the natives, which, I believe, is humane and pacific. Their weapons are clubs and spears resembling those of Otaheite, but somewhat neater. They have also slings, with which they throw stones with great velocity and to a good distance, but not with a good aim. Their canoes are made of wood and pieces of the bark of a soft tree, which grows near the sea in great plenty, and is very tough and proper for the purpose. They are from 16 to 20 feet long and about 15 inches broad. The head and stern are made of two solid pieces of wood. The stern rises or curves a little, but in an irregular direction, and ends in a point. The head projects out horizontally, and is carved into some faint and very rude resemblance of a human face. They are rowed by paddles, and some have a sort of lateen sail made of matting. Hogs were the only quadrupeds we saw, and cocks and hens the only tame fowls. However, the woods seem to abound with small birds of a very beautiful plumage and fine notes, but the fear of alarming the natives hindered us from shooting so many of them as might otherwise have been done. End of Book 2, Chapter 10. Recording by David Cole, Medway, Massachusetts. Book 2, Chapter 11 of A Voyage towards the South Pole and Round the World, Volume 1, by James Cook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by David Cole. Chapter 11. A description of several islands discovered or seen in the passage from the Marquesas to Otaheite, with an account of a naval review. 1774 April. With a fine easterly wind I steered southwest, southwest by west, and west by south till the 17th, at 10 o'clock in the morning, when land was seen bearing west a half north, which, upon a nearer approach, was found to be a string of low islets connected together by a reef of coral rocks. We ranged the northwest coast at a distance of 1 mile from shore, to 3/4 of its length, which in the whole is near 4 leagues, when we came to a creek or inlet that seemed to open a communication into the lake in the middle of the isle. As I wanted to obtain some knowledge of the produce of these half-drowned isles, we brought to, hoisted out a boat, and sent the master in to sound, there being no soundings without. As we ran along the coast, the natives appeared in several places, armed with long spears and clubs, and some were got together on one side of the creek. When the master returned, he reported that there was no passage into the lake by the creek, which was 50 fathoms wide at the entrance and 30 deep; farther in 30 wide and 12 deep; that the bottom was everywhere rocky, and the sides bounded by a wall of coral rocks. We were under no necessity to put the ship into such a place as this; but as the natives had shown some signs of a friendly disposition by coming peaceably to the boat, and taking such things as were given them, I sent 2 boats well armed ashore, under the command of Lieutenant Cooper, with a view of having some intercourse with them, and to give Mr Forster an opportunity of collecting something in his way. We saw our people land without the least opposition being made by a few natives who were on the shores. Some little time after, observing 40 or 50 more, all armed, coming to join them, we stood close in shore, in order to be ready to support our people in case of an attack. But nothing of this kind happened, and soon after our boats returned aboard, when Mr Cooper informed me that on his landing only a few of the natives met him on the beach, but there were many more in the skirts of the woods with spears in their hands. The presents he made them were received with great coolness, which plainly shewed we were unwelcome visitors. When their reinforcement arrived he thought proper to embark, as the day was already far spent, and I had given orders to avoid an attack by all possible means. When his men got into the boats, some were for pushing them off, others for detaining them, but at last they suffered them to depart at their leisure. They brought aboard 5 dogs, which seemed to be in plenty there. We saw no fruit but cocoa nuts, of which they got, by exchanges, 2 dozen. One of our people got a dog for a single plantain, which led us to conjecture that they had none of this fruit. This island, which is called by the inhabitants Tiukia, was discovered and visited by Commodore Byron. It has something of an oval shape, is about 10 leagues in circuit, lying in the direction of east-south-east and west-north-west, and situated in the latitude of 14 degrees 27 minutes 30 seconds south, longitude 144 degrees 56 minutes west. The inhabitants of this island, and perhaps of all the low ones, are of a much darker colour than those of the higher islands, and seem to be of a more ferine disposition. This may be owing to their situation, nature not having bestowed her favours to these low islands with that profusion she has done to some of the others. The inhabitants are chiefly beholden to the sea for their subsistence, consequently are much exposed to the sun and weather, and by that means become more dark in colour, and more hardy and robust, for there is no doubt about their being of the same nation. Our people observed that they were stout, well-made men, and had the figure of a fish marked on their bodies, a very good emblem of their profession. On the 18th at daybreak, after having spent the night snaking short boards, we wore down to another isle we had in sight to the westward, which we reached by 8 o'clock, and ranged the south-east side at 1 mile from shore. We found it to be just such another as that we had left, extending north-east and south-west near 4 leagues, and from 5 to 3 miles broad. It lies south-west by west, 2 leagues distant from the west end of Tiukia, and the middle is situated in the latitude of 14 degrees 37 minutes south, longitude 145 degrees 10 minutes west. These must be the same islands to which Commodore Byron gave the name of George's Islands. Their situation in longitude, which was determined by lunar observations made near the shores, and still farther corrected by the difference in longitude carried by the watch to Otaheite, is 3 degrees 54 minutes more east than he says they lie. This correction, I apprehend, may be applied to all the islands he discovered. After leaving these isles, we steered south-south-west a half west, and south-west by south, with a fine easterly gale, having signs of the vicinity of land, particularly a smooth sea. And on the 19th, at 7 in the morning, land was seen to the westward, which we bore down to, and reached the south-east end by 9 o'clock. It proved to be another of these half overflowed or drowned islands, which are so common in this part of the ocean; that is, a number of little isles ranged in a circular form, connected together by a reef or wall of coral rock. The sea is in general everywhere on their outside unfathomable. All their interior parts are covered with water, abounding, I have been told, with fish and turtle, on which the inhabitants subsist, and sometimes exchange the latter with the high islanders for cloth, etc. These inland seas would be excellent harbours, were they not shut up from the access of shipping, which is the case with most of them, if we can believe the report of the inhabitants of the other isles. Indeed, few of them have been well searched by Europeans, the little prospect of meeting with fresh water having generally discouraged every attempt of this kind. I, who have seen a great many, have not yet seen an inlet into one. This island is situated in the latitude of 15 degrees 26 minutes, longitude 146 degrees 20 minutes. It is 5 leagues long in the direction of north-north-east and south-south-west, and about 3 leagues broad. As we drew near the south end, we saw from the masthead another of these low islands bearing south-east, distant about 4 or 5 leagues, but being to windward we could not fetch it. Soon after a third appeared bearing south-west by south, for which we steered, and at 2 o'clock p.m. reached the east end, which is situated in latitude 15 degrees 47 minutes south, longitude 146 degrees 30 minutes west. This island extends west-north-west and east-south-east, and is 7 leagues long in that direction, but its breadth is not above 2. It is, in all respects, like the rest, only here are fewer islets and less firm land on the reef which encloses the lake. As we ranged the north coast at the distance of half a mile, we saw people, huts, canoes, and places built, seemingly, for drying of fish. They seemed to be the same sort of people as on Tiukia, and were armed with long spikes like them. Drawing near the west end, we discovered another or 4th island bearing north-north-east. It seemed to be low, like the others, and lies west from the first isle, distant 6 leagues. These 4 isles I called Palliser's Isles, in honour of my worthy friend Sir Hugh Palliser, at this time comptroller of the navy. Not choosing to run further in the dark, we spent the night making short boards under the topsail, and on the 20th at daybreak hauled round the west end of the 3rd isle, which was no sooner done than we found a great swell rolling in from the south, a sure sign that we were clear of these low islands; and as we saw no more land, I steered S.W. 1/2 south for Otaheite, having the advantage of a stout gale at east, attended with showers of rain. It cannot be determined with any degree of certainty whether the group of isles we had lately seen be any of those discovered by the Dutch navigators or no, the situation of their discoveries not being handed down to us with sufficient accuracy. It is, however, necessary to observe, that this part of the ocean, that is, from the latitude of 20° down to 14° or 12°, and from the meridian of 138° to 148 or 150° west, is so strewn with these low isles, that a navigator cannot proceed with too much caution. We made the high land of Otaheite on the 21st, and at noon were about 13 leagues east of Point Venus, for which we steered, and got pretty well in with it by sunset, when we shortened sail; and having spent the night, which was squally with rain, standing on and off, at 8 o'clock the next morning anchored in Matavai Bay in 7 fathoms water. This was no sooner known to the natives than many of them made us a visit, and expressed not a little joy in seeing us again. As my chief reason for putting in at this place was to give Mr Wales an opportunity to know the error of the watch by the known longitude, and to determine anew her rate of going, the first thing we did was to land his instruments, and to erect tents for the reception of a guard and such other people as it was necessary to have on shore. Sick we had none. The refreshments we had got at the Marquesas had removed every complaint of that kind. On the 23rd, showery weather. Our very good friends the natives supplied us with fruit and fish sufficient for the whole crew. On the 24th, Otoo the king, and several other chiefs, with a train of attendants, paid us a visit, and brought as presents 10 or a dozen large hogs, besides fruits, which made them exceedingly welcome. I was advertised of the king's coming, and looked upon it as a good omen. Knowing how much it was my interest to make this man my friend, I met him at the tents, and conducted him and his friends on board, in my boat, where they stayed dinner, after which they were dismissed with suitable presents, and highly pleased with the reception they had met with. Next morning we had much thunder, lightning, and rain. This did not hinder the king from making me another visit, and a present of a large quantity of refreshments. It hath been already mentioned, that when we were at the island of Amsterdam, we had collected, amongst other curiosities, some red parrot feathers. When this was known here, all the principal people of both sexes endeavoured to ingratiate themselves in our favour, by bringing us hogs, fruit, and every other thing that the island afforded, in order to obtain these valuable jewels. Our having these feathers was a fortunate circumstance, for as they were valuable to the natives, they became so to us; but more especially as my stock of trade was by this time greatly exhausted, so that, if it had not been for the feathers, I should have found it difficult to have supplied the ship with the necessary refreshments. When I put in at this island, I intended to stay no longer than till Mr Wales had made the necessary observations for the purposes already mentioned, thinking we should meet with no better success than we did the last time we were here. But the reception we had already met with, and the few excursions we had made, which did not exceed the plains of Matavai and Oparree, convinced us of our error. We found at these two places, built and building, a great number of large canoes, and houses of every kind. People living in spacious habitations, who had not a place to shelter themselves in 8 months before, several large hogs about every house, and every other sign of a rising state. Judging from these favourable circumstances that we should not mend ourselves by removing to another island, I resolved to make a longer stay, and to begin with the repairs of the ship and stores, etc. Accordingly, I ordered the empty casks and sails to be got ashore to be repaired, the ship to be caulked, and the rigging to be overhauled, all of which the high southern latitudes had made indispensably necessary. On the morning of the 26th I went down to Oparree, accompanied by some of the officers and gentlemen, to pay Otoo a visit by appointment. As we drew near, we observed a number of large canoes in motion, but we were surprised, when we arrived, to see upwards of 300 ranged in order, for some distance along the shore, all completely equipped and manned, besides a vast number of armed men upon the shore. So unexpected an armament collected together in our neighbourhood, in the space of one night, gave rise to various conjectures. We landed, however, in the midst of them, and were received by a vast multitude, many of them under arms and many not. The cry of the latter was Teo no Otoo, and that of the former Teo no Tuaha. This chief, we afterwards learned, was admiral or commander of the fleet and troops present. The moment we landed I was met by a chief whose name was Tee, uncle to the king, and one of his prime ministers, of whom I inquired for Otoo. Presently after we were met by Towha, who received me with great courtesy. He took me by the one hand and Tee by the other, and without my knowing where they intended to carry me, dragged me, as it were, through the crowd that was divided into two parties, both of which professed themselves my friends, by crying out Teo no Tuti. One party wanted me to go to Otoo, and the other to remain with Towha. Coming to the visual place of audience, a mat was spread for me to sit down upon, and Tee left me to go and bring the king. Towha was unwilling I should sit down, partially insisting on my going with him, but as I knew nothing of this chief, I refused to comply. Presently Tee returned and wanted to conduct me to the king, taking hold of my hand for that purpose. This Towha opposed, so that, between the one party and the other, I was like to have been torn in pieces, and was obliged to desire Tee to desist, and to leave me to the admiral and his party, who conducted me down to the fleet. As soon as we came before the admiral's vessel, we found two lines of armed men drawn up before her, to keep off the crowd, as I supposed, and to clear the way for me to go in. But as I was determined not to go, I made the water, which was between me and her, an excuse. This did not answer, for a man immediately squatted himself down at my feet, offering to carry me, and then I declared I would not go. That very moment Towha quitted me, without my seeing which way he went, nor would any one inform me. Turning myself round I saw Tee, who, I believe, had never lost sight of me. Enquiring of him for the king, he told me he was gone into the country Mataao, and advised me to go to my boat, which we accordingly did, as soon as we could get collected together, for Mr Edgecombe was the only person that could keep with me, the others being jostled about in the crowd, in the same manner we had been. When we got into our boat, we took our time to view this grand fleet. The vessels of war consisted of 160 large double canoes, very well equipped, manned, and armed; but I am not sure that they had their full complement of men or rowers. I rather think not. The chiefs, and all those on the fighting stages, were dressed in their war habits, that is, in a vast quantity of cloth, turbans, breastplates, and helmets. Some of the latter were of such a length as greatly to encumber the wearer. Indeed, their whole dress seemed to be ill calculated for the day of battle, and to be designed more for show than use. Be this as it may, it certainly added grandeur to the prospect, as they were so complacent as to show themselves to the best advantage. The vessels were decorated with flags, streamers, etc., so that the whole made a grand and noble appearance, such as we had never seen before in this sea, and what no one would have expected. Their instruments of war were clubs, spears, and stones. The vessels were ranged close alongside of each other, with their heads ashore, and their stern to the sea, the admiral's vessel being nearly in the centre. Besides the vessels of war, there were 170 sail of smaller double canoes, all with a little house upon them, and rigged with mast and sail, which the war canoes had not. These, we judged, were designed for transport, victuallers, etc., for in the war canoes was no sort of provisions whatever. In these 330 vessels, I guess there were no less than 7,760 men, a number which appears incredible, especially as we were told they all belonged to the districts of Atahourou and Ahopatia. In this computation I allowed to each war canoe 40 men, troops and rowers, and to each of the small canoes 8. Most of the gentlemen who were with me thought the number of men belonging to the war canoes exceeded this. It is certain that the most of them were fitted to row with more paddles than I have allowed them men, but at this time I think they were not complete. Tupia informed us, when I was first here, that the whole island raised only between 6,000 and 7,000 men, but we now saw 2 districts only raise that number, so that he must have taken his account from some old establishment, or else he only meant tatatuas, that is, warriors, or men trained from their infancy to arms, and did not include the rowers, and those necessary to navigate the other vessels. I should think he only spoke of this number as the standing troops or militia of the island, and not their whole force. This point I shall leave to be discussed in another place, and return to the subject. After we had well viewed this fleet, I wanted much to have seen the admiral, to have gone with him on board the war canoes. We inquired for him as we rowed past the fleet to no purpose. We put ashore and inquired, but the noise and crowd was so great that no one attended to what we said. At last T came and whispered us in the ear that Otoo was gone to Matavai, advising us to return thither, and not to land where we were. We accordingly proceeded for the ship, and this intelligence and advice received from T gave rise to new conjectures. In short, we concluded this Towha was some powerful disaffected chief, who was upon the point of making war against his sovereign, for we could not imagine Otoo had any other reason for leaving Oparee in the manner he did. We had not been long gone from Oparee before the whole fleet was in motion to the westward, from whence it came. When we got to Matavai, our friends there told us that this fleet was part of the armament intended to go against Eimea, whose chief had thrown off the yoke of Otaheite, and assumed an independency. We were likewise informed that Otoo neither was nor had been at Matavai, so that we were still at a loss to know why he fled from Oparee. This occasioned another trip thither in the afternoon, where we found him, and now understood that the reason his not seeing me in the morning was, that some of his people having stolen a quantity of my clothes which were on shore washing, he was afraid I should demand restitution. He repeatedly asked me if I was not angry, and when I assured him that I was not, and that they might keep what they had got, he was satisfied. Towha was alarmed, partly on the same account. He thought I was displeased when I refused to go aboard his vessel, and I was jealous of seeing such a force in our neighbourhood, without being able to know anything of its design. Thus, by mistaking one another, I lost the opportunity of examining more narrowly into part of the naval force of this isle, and making myself better acquainted with its manoeuvres. Such another opportunity may never occur, as it was commanded by a brave, sensible, and intelligent chief, who would have satisfied us in all the questions we had thought proper to ask, and as the objects were before us, we could not well have misunderstood each other. It happened unluckily that Odidi was not with us in the morning, for T, who was the only man we could depend on, served only to perplex us. Matters being thus cleared up, and mutual presents having passed between Otoo and me, we took leave and returned on board. End of Book 2, Chapter 11. Recording by David Cole, Medway, Massachusetts. Book 2, Chapter 12 of A Voyage towards the South Pole and Round the World, Volume 1, by James Cook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by David Cole. Chapter 12. Some account of a visit from Otoo, Towha, and several other chiefs. Also of a robbery committed by one of the natives and its consequences, with general observations on the subject. 1774 April. In the morning of the 27th I received a present from Towha, consisting of 2 large hogs and some fruit, sent by 2 of his servants, who had orders not to receive anything in return, nor would they when offered them. Soon after I went down to Oparee in my boat, where, having found both this chief and the king, after a short stay, I brought them on board to dinner, together with Tarevatoo, the king's younger brother, and tea. As soon as we drew near the ship, the admiral, who had never seen one before, began to express much surprise at so new a sight. He was conducted all over the ship, every part of which he viewed with great attention. On this occasion Otoo was the principal showman, for by this time he was well acquainted with the different parts of the ship. After dinner Towha put a hog on board and retired, without my knowing anything of the matter, or having made him any return either for this or the present I had in the morning. Soon after the king and his attendants went away also. Otoo not only seemed to pay this chief much respect, but was desirous I should do the same, and yet he was jealous of him, but on what account we knew not. It was but the day before that he frankly told us Towha was not his friend. Both these chiefs when on board solicited me to assist them against Tiarabou, notwithstanding a peace at this time subsisted between the 2 kingdoms, and we were told their joint force was to go against Iamia. Whether this was done with a view to breaking with their neighbours and allies if I had promised them assistance, or only to sound my disposition, I know not. Probably they would have been ready enough to have embraced an opportunity which would have enabled them to conquer that kingdom, and annexed it to their own, as it formerly was. Be this as it may, I heard no more of it. Indeed, I gave them no encouragement. Next day we had a present of a hog sent by Wahiatua, king of Tiarabou. For this, in return, he desired a few red feathers, which were, together with other things, sent him accordingly. Mr Forster and his party set out for the mountains, with an intent to stay out all night. I did not go out of the ship this day. Early in the morning of the 29th, Otoo, Towha, and several other grandees came on board, and brought with them as presents not only provisions, but some of the most valuable curiosities of the island. I made them returns, with which they were well pleased. I likewise took this opportunity to repay the civilities I had received from Towha. The night before, one of the natives attempting to steal a water cask from the watering place, was caught in the act, sent on board, and put in irons, in which situation Otoo and the other chiefs saw him. Having made known his crime to them, Otoo begged he might be set at liberty. This I refused, telling him, that since I punished my people when they committed the least offence against his, it was but just this man should be punished also, and as I knew he would not do it, I was resolved to do it myself. Accordingly, I ordered the man to be carried on shore to the tents, and having followed myself with Otoo, Towha, and others, I ordered the guard out under arms, and the man to be tied up to a post. Otoo, his sister, and some others, begged hard for him. Towha said not one word, but was very attentive to everything going forward. I expostulated with Otoo on the conduct of this man, and of his people in general, telling him that neither I, nor any of my people, took anything from them without first paying for it, enumerating the articles we gave in exchange for such and such things, and urging that it was wrong in them to steal from us, who were their friends. I moreover told him that the punishing this man would be the means of saving the lives of others of his people, by deterring them for committing crimes of this nature, in which some would certainly be shot dead one time or another. With these and other arguments, which I believe he pretty well understood, he seemed satisfied, and only desired the man might not be mataroo, or killed. I then ordered the crowd, which was very great, to be kept at a proper distance, and in the presence of them all, ordered the fellow 24 lashes with a cat o' nine tails, which he bore with great firmness, and was then set at liberty. After this the natives were going away, but Towha stepped forth, called them back, and harangued them for near half an hour. His speech consisted of short sentences, very little of which I understood, but from what we could gather, he recapitulated part of what I had said to Otoo, named several advantages they had received from us, condemned their present conduct, and recommended a different one for the future. The gracefulness of his action, and the attention with which he was heard, bespoke him a great orator. Otoo said not one word. As soon as Towha had ended his speech, I ordered the marines to go through their exercise, and to load and fire in volleys with ball; and as they were very quick in their manoeuvres, it is easier to conceive than to describe the amazement the natives were under the whole time, especially those who had not seen any thing of the kind before. This being over, the chiefs took leave and retired with all their attendants, scarcely more pleased than frightened at what they had seen. In the evening Mr Forster and his party returned from the mountains, where he had spent the night, having found some new plants, and some others which grew in New Zealand. He saw Wahine, which lies 40 leagues to the westward, by which a judgment may be formed of the height of the mountains in Otaheite. Next morning I had an opportunity to see the people of 10 war canoes go through part of their paddling exercise. They had put off from the shore before I was apprised of it, so that I was only present at their landing. They were properly equipped for war, the warriors with their arms, and dressed in their war habits, etc. In landing, I observed that the moment the canoe touched the ground, all the rowers leaped out, and, with the assistance of a few people on the shore, dragged the canoe on dry land to her proper place; which being done, every one walked off with his paddle, etc. All this was executed with such expedition, that in 5 minutes' time after putting ashore, you could not tell that any thing of the kind had been going forward. I thought these vessels were thinly manned with rowers, the most being not above 30, and the least 16 or 18. I observed the warriors on the stage encourage the rowers to exert themselves. Some youths sat high up in the curved stern, above the steersman, with white wands in their hands. I know not what they were placed there for, unless it was to look out and direct, or give notice of what they saw, as they were elevated above every one else. Tarevatoo, the king's brother, gave me the first notice of these canoes being at sea, and knowing that Mr Hodges made drawings of everything curious, desired of his own accord that he might be sent for. I being at this time on shore with Tarevatoo, Mr Hodges was therefore with me, and had an opportunity to collect some materials for a large drawing or picture of the fleet assembled at Oparee, which conveys a far better idea of it than can be expressed by words. Being present when the warriors undressed, I was surprised at the quantity and weight of cloth they had upon them, not conceiving how it was possible for them to stand under it in time of battle. Not a little was wrapped round their heads as a turban, and made into a cap. This indeed might be necessary in preventing a broken head. Many had, fixed to one of this sort of caps, dried branches of small shrubs, covered over with white feathers, which, however, could only be for ornament. 1774 May. On the 1st of May I had a very great supply of provisions sent and brought by different chiefs, and the next day received a present from Towha, sent by his servants, consisting of a hog, and a boatload of various sorts of fruits and roots. The like present I also had from Otoo, bought by Tarevatoo, who stayed dinner; after which I went down to Oparee, paid a visit to Otoo, and returned on board in the evening. On the 3rd, in looking into the conditions of our sea provisions, we found that the biscuit was in a state of decay, and that the airing and picking we had given it at New Zealand had not been of that service we expected and intended; so that we were obliged to take it all on shore here, where it underwent another airing and cleaning, in which a good deal was found wholly rotten and unfit to be eaten. We could not well account for this decay in our bread, especially as it was packed in good casks and stowed in a dry part of the hold. We judged it was owing to the ice we so frequently took in when to the southward, which made the hold damp and cold, and to the great heat which succeeded when to the north. Be it this or any other cause, the loss was the same to us. It put us to a scanty allowance of this article, and we had bad bread to eat too. On the 4th, nothing worthy of note. On the 5th, the king and several other great men paid us a visit, and brought with them, as usual, some hogs and fruit. In the afternoon the botanists set out for the mountains, and returned the following evening, having made some new discoveries in their way. On going ashore in the morning of the 7th, I found Otoo at the tents, and took the opportunity to ask his leave to cut down some trees for fuel. He not well understanding me, I took him to some growing near the sea shore, where I presently made him comprehend what I wanted, and he as readily gave his consent. I told him, at the same time, that I should cut down no trees that bore any fruit. He was pleased with this declaration, and told it aloud several times to the people about us. In the afternoon this chief and the whole of the royal family, viz. His father, brother, and 3 sisters, paid us a visit on board. This was properly his father's visit of ceremony. He brought me, as a present, a complete mourning dress, a curiosity we most valued. In return I gave him whatever he desired, which was not a little, and having distributed red feathers to all the others, conducted them ashore in my boat. Otoo was so well pleased with the reception he and his friends met with, that he told me at parting, I might cut down as many trees as I pleased, and what sort I pleased. During the night between the 7th and 8th, some time in the middle watch, all our friendly connections received an interruption, through the negligence of one of the sentinels on shore. He, having either slept or quitted his post, gave one of the natives an opportunity to carry off his musket. The first news I heard of it was from Tee, whom Otoo had sent on board for that purpose, and to desire that I would go to him, for that he was Matau Ued. We were not well enough acquainted with their language to understand all Tee's story, but we understood enough to know that something had happened which had alarmed the king. In order therefore to be fully informed, I went ashore with Tee and Tarevatoo, who had slept aboard all night. As soon as we landed, I was informed of the whole by the sergeant who commanded the party. I found the natives all alarmed, and the most of them fled. Tarevatoo slipped from me in a moment, and hardly any remained by me but Tee. With him I went to look for Otoo, and as we advanced I endeavoured to allay the fears of the people, but at the same time insisted on the musket being restored. After travelling some distance into the country, inquiring of every one we saw for Otoo, Tee stopped all at once and advised me to return, saying that Otoo was gone to the mountains, and he would proceed and tell him that I was still his friend; a question which had been asked me 50 times by different people, and if I was angry, etc. Tee also promised that he would use his endeavours to recover the musket. I was now satisfied it was to no purpose to go further, for although I was alone and unarmed, Otoo's fears were such that he durst not see me, and therefore I took Tee's advice and returned aboard. After this I sent Oedidee to Otoo to let him know that his fears were ill grounded, for that I only required the return of the musket, which I knew was in his power. Soon after Oedidee was gone we observed 6 large canoes coming round Point Venus. Some people whom I had sent out to watch the conduct of the neighbouring inhabitants informed me they were laden with baggage, fruit, hogs, etc. There being room for suspecting that some person belonging to these canoes had committed the theft, I presently came to a resolution to intercept them, and having put off in a boat for that purpose, gave orders for another to follow. One of the canoes, which was some distance ahead of the rest, came directly for the ship. I went alongside this, and found 2 or 3 women in her whom I knew. They told me they were going on board the ship with something for me, and on my inquiring of them for Otoo, was told he was then at the tents. Pleased with this news, I contradicted the orders I had given for intercepting the other canoes, thinking they might be coming on board also, as well as this one, which I left within a few yards of the ship, and rowed ashore to speak with Otoo. But when I landed I was told that he had not been there, nor knew they anything of him. On my looking behind me, I saw all the canoes making off in the greatest haste. Even the one I had left alongside the ship had evaded going on board, and was making her escape. Vexed at being thus outwitted, I resolved to pursue them, and as I passed the ship, gave orders to send another boat for the same purpose. 5 out of 6 we took, and brought alongside; but the first, which acted the finesse so well, got clear off. When we got on board with our prizes, I learnt that the people who had deceived me used no endeavours to lay hold of the ship on the side they were up on, but let their canoe drop past, as if they meant to come under the stern, or on the other side; and that the moment they were past, they paddled off with all speed. Thus the canoe, in which there were only a few women, was to have amused us with false stories as they actually did, while the others, in which were most of the effects, got off. In one of the canoes we had taken was a chief, a friend of Mr Forster's, who had hitherto called himself an Earee, and would have been much offended if any one had called his title in question. Also 3 women, his wife and daughter, and the mother of the late Tuataha. These, together with the canoes, I resolved to detain, and to send the chief to Otoo, thinking he would have weight enough with him to obtain the return of the musket, as his own property was at stake. He was, however, very unwilling to go on this embassy, and made various excuses, one of which was his being of too low a rank for this honourable employment, saying he was no Earee, but a Matahauna, and therefore was not a fit person to be sent; that an Earee ought to be sent to speak to an Earee, and as there was no Earees but Otoo and myself, it would be much more proper for me to go. All his arguments would have availed him little, if Tee and Oedidee had not at this time come on board, and given a new turn to the affair, by declaring that the man who stole the musket was from Tiarabou, and had gone with it to that kingdom, so that it was not in the power of Otoo to recover it. I very much doubted their veracity, till they asked me to send a boat to Wahiatua, the king of Tiarabou, and offered to go themselves in her, and get it. I asked why this could not be done without my sending a boat. They said it would not otherwise be given to them. This story of theirs, although it did not quite satisfy me, nevertheless carried with it a probability of truth, for which reason I thought it better to drop the affair altogether, rather than to punish a nation for a crime I was not sure any of its members had committed. I therefore suffered my new ambassador to depart with his 2 canoes without executing his commission. The other 3 canoes belonged to Taritata, a Tiarabou chief, who had been some days about the tents, and there was good reason to believe it was one of his people that carried off the musket. I intended to have detained them, but as Tee and Oedidee both assured me that Maritata and his people were quite innocent, I suffered them to be taken away also, and desired Tee to tell Otoo that I should give myself no farther concern about the musket, since I was satisfied none of his people had stolen it. Indeed, I thought it was irrecoverably lost, but in the dusk of the evening it was brought to the tents, together with some other things we had lost, which we knew nothing of, by 3 men who had pursued the thief and taken them from him. I know not if they took this trouble of their own accord, or by the order of Otoo. I rewarded them, and made no other inquiry about it. These men, as well as some others present, assured me that it was one of Maritata's people who had committed this theft, which vexed me that I had let his canoes so easily slip through my fingers. Here, I believe, both Tee and Oedidee designedly deceived me. When the musket and other things were brought in, every one then present, or who came after, pretended to have had some hand in recovering them, and claimed a reward accordingly. But there was no one who acted this farce so well as Nuno, a man of some note, and well known to us when I was here in 1769. This man came, with all the savage fury imaginable in his countenance, and a large club in his hand, with which he beat about him, in order to show us how he alone had killed the thief, when at the same time we all knew that he had not been out of his house the whole time. Thus ended this troublesome day, and next morning early, Tee, Otoo's faithful ambassador, came again on board to acquaint me that Otoo was gone to Oparree, and desired I would send a person, one of the natives as I understood, to tell him that I was still his Tiyo. I asked him why he did not do this himself, as I had desired. He made some excuse, but I believe the truth was he had not seen him. In short, I found it was necessary for me to go myself, for, while we thus spent our time in messages, we remained without fruit, a stop being put to all exchanges of this nature. That is, the natives brought nothing to market. Accordingly, a party of us set out with Tee in our company, and proceeded to the very utmost limits of Oparree, where, after waiting some considerable time, and several messages having passed, the king at last made his appearance. After we were seated under the shade of some trees as usual, and the first salutations were over, he desired me to paroo, that is, to speak. Accordingly, I began with blaming him for being frightened and alarmed at what had happened, since I had always professed myself his friend, and I was not angry with him or any of his people, but with those of Tiarabou, who were the thieves. I was then asked how I came to fire at the canoes. Chance on this occasion furnished me with a good excuse. I told them that they belonged to Maritata, a Tiarabou man, one of whose people had stolen the musket, and occasioned all this disturbance, and if I had them in my power, I would destroy them, or any other belonging to Tiarabou. This declaration pleased them as I expected, from the natural aversion the one kingdom has to the other. What I said was enforced by presents, which perhaps had the greatest weight with them. Thus were things once more restored to their former state, and Otoo promised on his part that the next day we should be supplied with fruit, etc., as usual. We then returned with him to his proper residence at Oparree, and there took a view of some of the dockyards, for such they well deserve to be called, and large canoes, some lately built and others building, two of which were the largest I had ever seen in this sea, or indeed anywhere else under that name. This done, we returned on board with Tee in our company, who, after he had dined with us, went to inform old Happy, the king's father, that all matters were again accommodated. This old chief was at this time in the neighbourhood of Matavai, and it should seem, from what followed, that he was not pleased with the conditions, for the same evening all the women, which were not a few, were sent for out of the ship, and people stationed on different parts of the shore to prevent any from coming off. And the next morning no supplies whatever being brought, on my inquiring into the reason, I was told Happy Mataaoud Chagrined at this disappointment as I was, I forbore taking any step, from a supposition that Tee had not seen him, or that Otoo's orders had not yet reached Matavai. A supply of fruit sent us from Oparree, and some brought us by our friends, served us for the present, and made us less anxious about it. Thus matters stood till the afternoon, when Otoo himself came to the tents with a large supply. Thither I went and expostulated him for not permitting the people in our neighbourhood to bring us fruit as usual, insisting on his giving immediate orders about it, which he either did or had done before, for presently after, more was brought us than we could well manage. This was not to be wondered at, for the people had every thing in readiness to bring, the moment they were permitted, and I believe thought themselves as much injured by the restriction as we did. Otoo desiring to see some of the great guns fire from the ship, I ordered 12 to be shotted and fired towards the sea. As he had never seen a cannon fired before, the sight gave him as much pain as pleasure. In the evening we entertained him with fireworks, which gave him great satisfaction. Thus ended all our differences, on which I beg leave to suggest the following remarks. I have had occasion before in this journal to observe that these people were continually watching opportunities to rob us. This their governors either encouraged, or had not power to prevent, but most probably the former, because the offender was always screened. That they should commit such daring thefts was the more extraordinary, as they frequently run the risk of being shot in the attempt, and if the article that they stole was of any consequence, they knew they should be obliged to make restitution. The moment a theft of this kind was committed, it spread like a wind over the whole neighbourhood. They judged of the consequences from what they had got. If it were a trifle, and such an article as we usually gave them, little or no notice was taken of it; but if the contrary, every one took the alarm, and moved off with his movables in all haste. The chief then was Matavai, giving orders to bring us no supplies, and flying to some distant part. All this was sometimes done so suddenly, that we obtained, by these appearances, the first intelligence of our being robbed. Whether we obliged them to make restitution or no, the chief must be reconciled before any of the people were permitted to bring in refreshments. They knew very well we could not do without them, and therefore they never failed strictly to observe this rule, without ever considering that all their war canoes, on which the strength of their nation depends, their houses, and even the very fruit they refused to supply us with, were entirely in our power. It is hard to say how they would act were one to destroy any of these things. Except the detaining some of their canoes for a while, I never touched the least article of their property. Of the two extremes I always chose that which appeared the most equitable and mild. A trifling present to the chief always succeeded to my wish, and very often put things upon a better footing than they had been before. That they were the first aggressors had very little influence on my conduct in this respect, because no difference happened but when it was so. My people very rarely or never broke through the rules I thought it necessary to prescribe. Had I observed a different conduct, I must have been a loser by it in the end, and all I could expect, after destroying some part of their property, would have been the empty honour of obliging them to make the first overture towards an accommodation. But who knows if this would have been the event? 3 things made them our fast friends: their own good nature and benevolent disposition, gentle treatment on our part, and the dread of our firearms. By our ceasing to observe the second, the first would have worn out of course, and the too frequent use of the latter would have excited a spirit of revenge, and perhaps have taught them that firearms were not such terrible things as they had imagined. They were very sensible of the superiority of their numbers, and no one knows what an enraged multitude might do. End of Book 2, Chapter 12. Recording by David Cole, Medway, Massachusetts. Book 2, Chapter 13 of Volume 1 of A Voyage towards the South Pole and Round the World, Volume 1 by James Cook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by David Cole. Chapter 13. Preparations to leave the island. Another naval review and various other incidents, with some account of the island, its naval force and number of inhabitants. 1774 May. In the morning of the 11th a very large supply of fruit was brought us from all parts. Some of it came from Towha, the admiral, sent as usual by his servants, with orders to receive nothing in return. But he desired I would go and see him at Atahuru, as he was ill and could not come to me. As I could not well undertake this journey, I sent Oedidee along with Towha's servants, with a present suitable to that which I had in so genteel a manner received from him. As the most essential repairs of the ship were nearly finished, I resolved to leave Otaheite in a few days, and accordingly ordered everything to be got off from the shore, that the natives might see we were about to depart. On the 12th, old Oberea, the woman who, when the Dolphin was here in 1767, was thought to be queen of the island, and whom I had not seen since 1769, paid us a visit, and brought a present of hogs and fruit. Soon after came Otoo with a great retinue and a large quantity of provisions. I was pretty liberal in my returns, thinking it might be the last time I should see these good people, who had so liberally relieved our wants, and in the evening entertained them with fireworks. On the 13th, wind easterly, fair weather. Nevertheless we were not ready to sail, as Otoo had made me promise to see him again, and I had a present to make him, which I reserved to the last. Oedidee was not yet come back from Atahuru. Various reports arose concerning him. Some said he had returned to Matavai, others that he would not return, and some would have it that he was at Oparee. In order to know more of the truth, a party of us in the evening went down to Oparee, where we found him, and likewise Towha, who, notwithstanding his illness, had resolved to see me before I sailed, and had got thus far on his journey. He was afflicted with a swelling in his feet and legs, which had entirely taken away the use of them. As the day was far spent, we were obliged to shorten our stay, and after seeing Otoo, we returned with Oedidee on board. This youth, I found, was desirous of remaining at this isle, having before told him, as likewise many others, that we should not return. I now mentioned to him that he was at liberty to remain here, or to quit us at Ulietea, or to go with us to England, frankly owning that, if he chose the latter, it was very probable he would never return to this country, in which case I would take care of him, and he must afterwards look upon me as his father. He threw his arms about me and wept much, saying many people persuaded him to remain at Otaheite. I told him to go ashore and speak to his friends, and then come to me in the morning. He was well beloved in the ship, so that every one was persuading him to go with us, telling what great things he would see in England, and the immense riches, according to his idea of riches, he would return with. But I thought it proper to undeceive him, as knowing that the only inducement of his going was the expectation of returning, and I could see no prospect of an opportunity of that kind happening, unless a ship should be expressly sent out for that purpose, which neither I nor any one else had a right to expect. I thought it an act of the highest injustice to take a person from these isles under any promise which was not in my power to perform. At this time, indeed, it was quite unnecessary, for many youths voluntarily offered themselves to go, and even to remain and die in Prytanie, as they call our country. Otoo importuned me much to take one or two to collect red feathers for him at Amsterdam, willing to risk the chance of their returning. Some of the gentlemen on board were likewise desirous of taking some as servants, but I refused every solicitation of this kind, knowing from experience they would be of no use to us in the course of the voyage, and further my views were not extended. What had the greatest weight with me was, the thinking myself bound to see they were afterwards properly taken care of, as they could not be carried from their native spot without consent. Next morning early, Oedidee came on board, with a resolution to remain on the island, but Mr Forster prevailed upon him to go with us to Ulietea. Soon after, Towha, Patatu, Oamu, Happy, Oberea, and several more of our friends came on board with fruit, etc. Towha was hoisted in and placed on a chair on the quarter-deck. His wife was with him. Amongst the various articles which I gave this chief was an English pendant, which pleased him more than all the rest, especially after he had been instructed in the use of it. We had no sooner dispatched our friends than we saw a number of war canoes coming round the point of Oparee. Being desirous of having a nearer view of them, accompanied by some of the officers and gentlemen, I hastened down to Oparee, which we reached before all the canoes were landed, and had an opportunity of seeing in what manner they approached the shore. When they got before the place where they intended to land, they formed themselves into divisions, consisting of 3 or 4, or perhaps more, lashed square and close alongside of each other, and then each division, one after the other, paddled in for the shore with all their might, and conducted in so judicious a manner that they formed and closed a line along the shore to an inch. The rowers were encouraged to exert their strength by their leaders on the stages, and directed by a man who stood with a wand in his hand, in the forepart of the middlemost vessel. This man, by words and actions, directed the paddlers when all should paddle, when either the one side or the other should cease, etc. For the steering paddles alone were not sufficient to direct them. All these motions they observed with such quickness as clearly showed them to be expert in their business. After Mr Hodges had made a drawing of them, as they lay ranged along the shore, we landed and took a nearer view of them, by going on board several. This fleet consisted of 40 sail, equipped in the same manner as those we had seen before, belonged to the small district of Tettaha, and were come to Oparee to be reviewed before the king, as the former fleet had been. There were attending on his fleet some small double canoes, which they called maraes, having on their forepart a kind of double bed place, laid over with green leaves, each just sufficient to hold one man. These, they told us, were to lay their dead upon. Their chiefs, I suppose, they meant; otherwise their slain must be few. Otoo, who was present, caused at my request some of their troops to go through their exercise on shore. Two parties first began with clubs, but this was over almost as soon as begun, so that I had no time to make my observations upon it. They then went to single combat, and exhibited the various methods of fighting, with great alertness, parrying off the blows and pushes which each combatant aimed at the other, with great dexterity. Their arms were clubs and spears; the latter they also use as darts. In fighting with the club, all blows intended to be given the legs were evaded by leaping over it, and those intended for the head by crouching a little, and leaping on one side. Thus the blow would fall to the ground. The spear or dart was parried by fixing the point of a spear on the ground right before them, holding it in an inclined position, more or less elevated according to the part of the body they saw their antagonist intending to make a push, or throw his dart at, and by moving the hand a little to the right or left, either the one or the other was turned off with great ease. I thought that when one combatant had parried off the blows, etc. of the other, he did not use the advantage which seemed to me to accrue. As for instance, after he had parried off a dart, he still stood on the defensive, and suffered his antagonist to take up another, when I thought there was time to run him through the body. These combatants had no superfluous dress upon them, and a necessary piece of cloth or two, which they had on when they began, were presently torn off by the bystanders, and given to some of the gentlemen present. This being over, the fleet departed, not in any order, but as fast as they could be got afloat, and we went with Otoo to one of his dockyards, where the two large pahis, or canoes, were building, each of which was 108 feet long. They were almost ready to launch, and were intended to make one joint double pahi, or canoe. The king begged of me a grappling and rope, to which I added an English jack and pendant, with the use of which he was well acquainted, and desired the pahi might be called Britannia. This he very readily agreed to, and she was named accordingly. After this he gave me a hog and a turtle of about 60 pounds weight, which was put privately into our boat, the giving it away not being agreeable to some of the great lords about him, who were thus deprived of a feast. He likewise would have given me a large shark they had prisoner in a creek, some of his fins being cut off, so that he could not make his escape. But the fine pork and fish we had got at this isle had spoiled our palates for such food. The king and T, his prime minister, accompanied us on board to dinner, and after it was over, took a most affectionate farewell. He hardly ever ceased soliciting me this day to return to Otaheite, and just before he went out of the ship, took a youth by the hand, and presented him to me, desiring I would keep him on board to go to Amsterdam to collect red feathers. I told him I could not, since I knew he would never return, but that if any ship should happen to come from Britain to this isle, I would either bring or send him red feathers in abundance. This in some measure satisfied him, but the youth was exceedingly desirous of going, and if I had not come to a resolution to carry no one from the isles, except Oedidee, if he chose to go, and but just refuse Mr. Forster the liberty of taking a boy, I believe I should have consented. Otoo remained alongside in his canoe till we were under sail, when we put off and saluted with 3 guns. Our treatment here was such as had induced one of our gunner's mates to form a plan to remain at this isle. He knew he could not execute it with success while we lay in the bay, therefore took the opportunity, as soon as we were out, the boats in and sail set, to slip overboard, being a good swimmer. But he was discovered before he got clear of the ship, and we presently hoisted a boat out and took him up. A canoe was observed about half way between us and the shore, seemingly coming after us. She was intended to take him up, but as soon as the people in her saw our boat they kept at a distance. This was a preconcerted plan between the man and them, which Otoo was acquainted with and had encouraged. When I considered this man's situation in life, I did not think him so culpable, nor the resolution he had taken of staying here so extraordinary, as it may at first appear. He was an Irishman by birth, and had sailed in the Dutch service. I picked him up at Batavia on my return from my former voyage, and he had been with me ever since. I never learnt that he had either friends or connections to confine him to any particular part of the world. All nations were alike to him. Where then could such a man be more happy than at one of these isles, where, in one of the finest climates in the world, he could enjoy not only the necessaries, but the luxuries of life, in ease and plenty? I know not if he might not have obtained my consent, if he had applied for it in a proper time. As soon as we had got him on board and the boat in, I steered for Huaheine, in order to pay a visit to our friends there. But before we leave Otaheite, it will be necessary to give some account of the present state of that island, especially as it differs very much from what it was 8 months before. I have already mentioned the improvements we found in the plains of Oparee and Matavai. The same was observable in every other part into which we came. It seemed to us almost incredible that so many large canoes and houses could be built in so short a time as 8 months. The iron tools which they had got from the English, and other nations who have lately touched at the isle, had no doubt greatly accelerated the work, and they had no want of hands, as I shall soon make appear. The number of hogs was another thing that excited our wonder. Probably they were not so scarce when we were here before as we imagined, and not choosing to part with any, they had conveyed them out of our sight. Be this as it may, we now not only got as many as we could consume during our stay, but some to take to sea with us. When I was last here, I conceived but an unfavourable opinion of Otoo's talents. The improvements since made in the island convinced me of my mistake, and he must have been a man of good parts. He had indeed some judicious, sensible men about him, who, I believe, had a great share in the government. In truth, we know not how far his power extended as king, nor how far he could command the assistance of the other chiefs, or was controllable by them. It would seem, however, that all had contributed towards bringing the isle to its present flourishing state. We cannot doubt that there were divisions amongst the great men of this state, as well as of most others, for else why did the king tell us that Towha the admiral and Poatatu were not his friends? They were two leading chiefs, and he must have been jealous of them on account of their great power, for on every occasion he seemed to court their interest. We had reason to believe that they raised by far the greatest number of vessels and men to go against Eamea, and were to be 2 of the commanders in the expedition, which we were told was to take place 5 days after our departure. Wahiatua, king of Tiarabu, was to send a fleet to join that of Otoo, to assist him in reducing to obedience the chief of Eamea. I think we were told that that young prince was one of the commanders. One would suppose that so small an island as Eamea would hardly have attempted to make head against the united force of these 2 kingdoms, but have endeavoured to settle matters by negotiation. Yet we heard of no such thing. On the contrary, Every one spoke of nothing but fighting. Towha told us more than once that he should die there, which in some measure shows that he thought of it. Oedidee told me the battle would be fought at sea, in which case the other must have a fleet nearly equal, if not quite, to the one going against them, which I think was not probable. It was therefore more likely they would remain ashore upon the defensive, as we were told they did about 5 or 6 years ago, when attacked by the people of Tiarabou, whom they repulsed. 5 general officers were to command in this expedition, of which number Otoo was one, and if they named them in order according to the post they held, Otoo was only the 3rd in command. This seems probable enough, as being but a young man, he could not have sufficient experience to command such an expedition, where the greatest skill and judgment seemed to be necessary. I confess I would willingly have stayed 5 days longer, had I been sure the expedition would have then taken place, but it rather seemed that they wanted us to be gone first. We had been all along told it would be 10 moons before it took place, and it was not till the evening before we sailed that Otoo and Towha told us it was to be 5 days after we were gone, as it was necessary to have that time to put everything in order, for, while we lay there, great part of their time and attention was taken up with us. I had observed that for several days before we sailed, Otoo and the other chiefs had ceased to solicit my assistance, as they were continually doing at first, till I assured Otoo that, if they got their fleet ready in time, I would sail with them down to Iamia. After this I heard no more of it. They probably had taken it into consideration, and concluded themselves safer without me, well knowing it would be in my power to give the victory to whom I pleased, and that, at the best, I might thwart some favourite custom, or run away with the spoils. But be their reasons what they might, they certainly wanted us to be gone, before they undertook any thing. Thus we were deprived of seeing the whole fleet equipped on this occasion, and perhaps of being spectators of a sea fight, and by that means gaining some knowledge of their manoeuvres. I never could learn what number of vessels were to go on this expedition. We knew of no more than 210, besides smaller canoes to serve as transports, etc., and the fleet of Tiarabou, the strength of which we never learned. Nor could I ever learn the number of men necessary to man this fleet, and whenever I asked the question, the answer was waru, 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 te tata, that is, many, many, many men, as if the number far exceeded their arithmetic. If we allow 40 men to each war canoe, and 4 to each of the others, which is thought a moderate computation, the number will amount to 9,000. An astonishing number to be raised in 4 districts, and one of them, viz. Batavia, did not equip a 4th part of its fleet. The fleet of Tiarabou is not included in this account, and many other districts might be arming, which we knew nothing of. I however believe that the whole isle did not arm on this occasion, for we saw not the least preparations making in Oparee. From what we saw and could learn, I am clearly of opinion that the chief or chiefs of each district superintended the equipping of the fleet belonging to that district, but after they are equipped they must pass in review before the king, and be approved of by him. By this means he knows the state of the whole, before they assemble to go on service. It hath been already observed that the number of war canoes belonging to Atahuru and Oapata was 160, to Tadaba 40, and to Matavia 10, and that this district did not equip 1/4 part of their number. If we suppose every district in the island, of which there are 43, to raise and equip the same number of war canoes as Tettaha, we shall find by this estimate that the whole island can raise and equip 1,720 war canoes and 68,000 able men, allowing 40 men to each canoe. And as these cannot amount to above 1/3 part of the number of both sexes, children included, the whole island cannot contain less than 204,000 inhabitants, a number which at first sight exceeded my belief. But when I came to reflect on the vast swarms which appeared wherever we came, I was convinced that estimate was not much, if at all, too great. There cannot be a greater proof of the riches and fertility of Otaheite, not 40 leagues in circuit, than its supporting such a number of inhabitants. This island made formerly but one kingdom. How long it has been divided into two I cannot pretend to say, but I believe not long. The kings of Tiarabou are a branch of the family of those of Oporionu. At present the two are nearly related, and I think the former is in some measure dependent on the latter. Otu is styled Iri de Hie of the whole island, and we have been told that Wahitua, the king of Tiarabou, must uncover before him, in the same manner as the meanest of his subjects. This homage is due to Otu as Iri de Hie of the island, to Tarivatu his brother, and his second sister, to the one as heir and to the other as heir apparent. His oldest sister being married is not entitled to this homage. The Iowas and Wanos we have sometimes seen covered before the king, but whether by courtesy or by virtue of their office we never could learn. These men, who are the principal persons about the king, and form his court, are generally, if not always, his relations. T, whom I have so often mentioned, was one of them. We have been told that the Iowas, who have the first rank, attend in their turns a certain number each day, which occasioned us to call them lords in waiting, but whether this was really so I cannot say. We seldom found T absent. Indeed, his attendance was necessary, as being best able to negotiate matters between us and them, on which service he was always employed, and he executed it, I have reason to believe, to the satisfaction of both parties. It is to be regretted that we know little more of this government than the general outline, for of its subdivisions, classes, or orders of the constituent parts, how disposed or in what manner connected, so as to form one body politic, we know but little. We are sure, however, that it is of the feudal sort, and if we may judge from what we have seen, it has sufficient stability, and is by no means badly constructed. The Iowas and Wanos always eat with the king. Indeed, I do not know if any one is excluded from this privilege but the Tutus. For as to the women, they are out of the question, as they never eat with the men, let their rank be ever so much elevated. Notwithstanding this kind of kingly establishment, there was very little about Otu's person or court, by which a stranger could distinguish the king from the subject. I seldom saw him dressed in anything but a common piece of cloth wrapped round his loins, so that he seemed to avoid all the necessary pomp, and even to demean himself more than any other of the Eries. I have seen him work at a paddle, in coming to and going from the ship, in common with the other paddlers, and even when some of his tutus sat looking on. All have free access to him, and speak to him wherever they see him, without the least ceremony. Such is the easy freedom which every individual of this happy isle enjoys. I have observed that the chiefs of these isles are more beloved by the bulk of the people than feared. May we not from hence conclude that the government is mild and equitable? We have mentioned Wahiatua, or Tiarabou, is related to Otoo. The same may be said of the chiefs of Iamia, Tapamanu, Wahine, Ulitea, Otaha, and Bolabola, for they are all related to the royal family of Otaheite. It is a maxim with the Earees, and others of superior rank, never to intermarry with the Tutus, or others of inferior rank. Probably this custom is one great inducement to the establishing of the societies called Erie-Oes. It is certain that these societies greatly prevent the increase of the superior classes of people of which they are composed, and do not at all interfere with the inferiors or Tutus. For I never heard of one of these being an Erie-Oi, nor did I ever hear that a Tutu could rise in life above the rank in which he was born. I have occasionally mentioned the extraordinary fondness the people of Otaheite showed for red feathers. These they called ura, and they are as valuable here as jewels are in Europe, especially those which they call uravine, and grow on the head of the green paraquet. Indeed, all red feathers are esteemed, but none equally with these, and they are such good judges as to know very well how to distinguish one sort from another. Many of our people attempted to deceive them by dyeing other feathers, but I never heard that any one succeeded. These feathers they make up in little bunches, consisting of 8 or 10, and fix them to the end of a small cord, about 3 or 4 inches long, which is made of the strong outside fibres of the cocoa-nut, twisted so hard that it is like a wire, and serves as a handle to the bunch. Thus prepared, they are used as symbols of the Iatuas, or divinities, in all their religious ceremonies. I have often seen them hold one of these bunches, and sometimes only 2 or 3 feathers, between the forefinger and thumb, and say a prayer, not one word of which I could ever understand. Whoever comes to this island will do well to provide himself with red feathers, the finest and smallest that are to be got. He must also have a good stock of axes and hatchets, spike nails, files, knives, looking glasses, beads, etc. Sheets and shirts are much sought after, especially by the ladies, as many of our gentlemen found by experience. The 2 goats which Captain Furneaux gave to Otoo when we were last here, seemed to promise fair for answering the end for which they were put on shore. The ewe soon after had 2 female kids, which were now so far grown as to be nearly ready to propagate, and the old ewe was again with kid. The people seemed to be very fond of them, and they too liked their situation as well, for they were in excellent condition. From this circumstance we may hope that, in a few years, they will have some to spare to their neighbours, and by that means they may in time spread over all the isles in this ocean. The sheep which we left died soon after, excepting one, which we understood was yet alive. We have also furnished them with a stock of cats, no less than 20 having been given away at this isle, besides those which were left at Ulitea and Wahine. End of chapter 13. Recording by David Cole, Medway, Massachusetts. Book 2, Chapter 14 of A Voyage towards the South Pole and Round the World, Volume 1, by James Cook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by David Cole. Chapter 14. The arrival of the ship at the island of Hawaii, with an account of an expedition into the island, and several other incidents which happened while she lay there. 1774 May. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon on the 15th, we anchored in the north entrance of Owara harbour, in the island of Huahine, hoisted out the boats, warped into a proper berth, and moored with a bower and kedge anchor not quite a cable's length from the shore. While this was doing, several of the natives made us a visit, amongst whom was old Oree the chief, who brought a hog and some other articles, which he presented to me with the usual ceremony. Next morning the natives began to bring us fruit. I returned Oree's visit, and made my present to him, one article of which was red feathers. 2 or 3 of these the chief took in his right hand, holding them up between the finger and thumb, and said a prayer, as I understood, which was little noticed by any present. 2 hogs were soon after put into my boat, and he and several of his friends came on board and dined with us. After dinner Oree gave me to understand what articles would be most acceptable to him and his friends, which were chiefly axes and nails. Accordingly I gave him what he asked, and desired he would distribute them to the others, which he did, seemingly to the satisfaction of every one. A youth about 10 or 12 years of age, either his son or grandson, seemed to be the person of most note, and had the greatest share. After the distribution was over, they all returned ashore. Mr. Forster and his party being out in the country botanizing, his servant, a feeble man, was beset by 5 or 6 fellows, who would have stripped him, if that moment one of the party had not come to his assistance, after which they made off with a hatchet they had got from him. On the 17th I went ashore to look for the chief, in order to complain of the outrage committed as above, but he was not in the neighbourhood. Being ashore in the afternoon, a person came and told me Oree wanted to see me. I went with the man, and was conducted to a large house, where the chief and several other persons of note were assembled in council, as well as I could understand. After I was seated, and some conversation had passed among them, Oree made a speech, and was answered by another. I understood no more of either than just to know it regarded the robbery committed the day before. The chief then began to assure me that neither he, nor any one present, which were the principal chiefs in the neighbourhood, had any hand in it, and desired me to kill with the guns all those which had. I assured him that I was satisfied that neither he nor those present were at all concerned in the affair, and that I should do with the fellows as he desired, or any others who were guilty of the like crimes. Having asked where the fellows were, and desired they would bring them to me, that I might do with them as he had said, his answer was they were gone to the mountains, and he could not get them. Whether this was the case or not, I will not pretend to say. I knew fair means would never make them deliver them up, and I had no intention to try others. So the affair dropped, and the council broke up. In the evening some of the gentlemen went to a dramatic entertainment. The piece represented a girl as running away with us from Otaheite, which was in some degree true, as a young woman had taken a passage with us down to Ulietea, and happened now to be present at the representation of her own adventures, which had such an effect upon her, that it was with great difficulty our gentlemen could prevail upon her to see the play out, or to refrain from tears while it was acting. The piece concluded with the reception she was supposed to meet with from her friends at her return, which was not a very favourable one. These people can add little extempore pieces to their entertainments, when they see occasion. Is it not then reasonable to suppose that it was intended as a satire against this girl, and to discourage others from following her steps? In the morning of the 18th Oree came on board with a present of fruit, stayed dinner, and in the afternoon desired to see some great guns fired, shotted, which I complied with. The reason of his making this request was his hearing from Oedidee and our Otaheitan passengers that we had so done at their island. The chief would have had us fire at the hills, but I did not approve of that, lest the shot should fall short and do some mischief. Besides, the effect was better seen in the water. Some of the petty officers, who had leave to go into the country for their amusement, took 2 of the natives with them to be their guides, and to carry their bags containing nails, hatchets, etc., the current cash we traded with here, which the fellows made off with in the following artful manner. The gentlemen had with them 2 muskets for shooting birds. After a shower of rain, their guides pointed out some for them to shoot, one of the muskets having missed fire several times, and the other having gone off. The instant the fellows saw themselves secure from both, they ran away, leaving the gentlemen gazing after them with so much surprise that no one had presence of mind to pursue them. The 19th, showery morning, fair afternoon, nothing happened worthy of note. Early in the morning of the 20th, 3 of the officers set out on a shooting party, rather contrary to my inclination, as I found the natives, at least some of them, were continually watching every opportunity to rob straggling parties, and were daily growing more daring. About 3 o'clock in the afternoon I got intelligence that they were seized and stripped of everything they had about them. Upon this I immediately went on shore with the boat's crew, accompanied by Mr Forster, and took possession of a large house with all its effects, and 2 chiefs whom I found in it, but this we did in such a manner that they hardly knew what we were about, being unwilling to alarm the neighbourhood. In this situation I remained till I heard the officers had got back safe, and had all their things restored to them. Then I quitted the house, and presently after everything in it was carried off. When I got on board I was informed of the whole affair by the officers themselves. Some little insult on their part induced the natives to seize their guns, on which a scuffle ensued, some chiefs interfered, took the officers out of the crowd, and caused everything which had been taken from them to be restored. This was at a place where we had before been told that a set of fellows had formed themselves into a gang, with a resolution to rob every one who should go that way. It would seem from what followed that the chief could not prevent this, or put a stop to these repeated outrages. I did not see him this evening, as he was not come into the neighbourhood when I went on board; but for I learned from Oedidee that he came soon after, and was so concerned at what had happened that he wept. Daylight no sooner broke upon us on the 21st, than we saw upwards of 60 canoes under sail going out of the harbour, and steering over Ulietea. Upon our inquiring the reason, we were told that the people in them were Eareeois, and were going to visit their brethren in the neighbouring isles. One might almost compare these men to Freemasons. They tell us they assist each other when need requires. They seem to have customs among them which they either will not or cannot explain. Oedidee told us he was one, Tupia was one, and yet I have not been able to get any tolerable idea of this set of men from either of them. Oedidee denies that the children they have by their mistresses are put to death, as we understand from Tupia and others. I have had some conversation with Omai on this subject, and find that he confirms everything that is said upon it in the narrative of my former voyage. Oedidee, who generally slept on shore, came off with a message from Oree, desiring that I would land with 22 men, to go with him to chastise the robbers. The messenger brought with him, by way of assisting his memory, 22 pieces of leaves, a method customary amongst them. On my receiving this extraordinary message, I went to the chief for better information, and all I could learn of him was, that these fellows were a sort of banditti, who had formed themselves into a body, with the resolution of seizing and robbing our people wherever they found them, and were now armed for that purpose, for which reason he wanted me to go along with him to chastise them. I told him, if I went, they would fly to the mountains, but he said they were resolved to fight us, and therefore desired I would destroy both them and their house, but begged I would spare those in the neighbourhood, as also the canoes and the Winoa. By way of securing these, he presented me with a pig, as a peace offering for the Winoa. It was too small to be meant for anything but a ceremony of this kind. This sensible old chief could see, what perhaps none of the others ever thought of, that everything in the neighbourhood was at our mercy, and therefore took care to secure them by this method, which I supposed to be of weight with them. When I returned on board, I considered of the chief's request, which upon the whole appeared an extraordinary one. I, however, resolved to go, lest these fellows should be, by our refusal, encouraged to commit greater acts of violence, and, as their proceeding would soon reach Ulietea, where I intended to go next, the people there might be induced to treat us in the same manner or worse, they being more numerous. Accordingly I landed with 48 men, including officers, Mr. Forster and some other of the gentlemen. The chief joined us with a few people, and we began to march in search of the banditti in good order. As we proceeded, the chief's party increased like a snowball. Oedidee, who was with us, began to be alarmed, observing that many of the people in our company were of the very party we were going against, and at last telling us that they were only leading us to some place where they could attack us to advantage. Whether there was any truth in this, or it was only Oedidee's fears, I will not pretend to say. He, however, was the only person we could confide in, and we regulated our motions according to the information he had given us. After marching some miles, we got intelligence that the men we were going after had fled to the mountains, but I think this was not till I had declared to the chief I would proceed no farther, for we were then about crossing a deep valley, bounded on each side by steep rocks, where a few men with stones only might have made our retreat difficult, if their intentions were what Oedidee had suggested, and which he still persisted in. Having come to a resolution to return, we marched back in the same order as we went, and saw in several places people who had been following us, coming down from the sides of the hills with their arms in their hands, which they instantly quitted and hid in the bushes, when they saw they were discovered by us. This seemed to prove that there must have been some foundation for what Oedidee had said, but I cannot believe that the chief had any such design, whatever the people might have. In our return we halted at a convenient place to refresh ourselves. I ordered the people to bring us some cocoa-nuts, which they did immediately. Indeed, by this time, I believe many of them wished us on board out of the way, for although no one step was taken that could give them the least alarm, they certainly were in terror. Two chiefs brought each of them a pig, a dog, and some young plantain trees, the usual peace offerings, and with due ceremony presented them singly to us. Another brought a very large hog, with which he followed us to the ship. After this we continued our course to the landing place, where I caused several volleys to be fired, to convince the natives that we could support a continual fire. This being done, we all embarked and went on board, and soon after the chief following, brought with him a quantity of fruit, and sat down with us to dinner. We had scarce dined before more fruit was brought us by others, and 2 hogs, so that we were likely to make more by this little excursion than by all the presents we had made them. It certainly gave them some alarm to see so strong a party of men march into their country, and probably gave them a better opinion of fire arms than they had before; for I believe they had but an indifferent, or rather contemptible, idea of muskets in general, having never seen any fired but at birds, etc., by such of our people as used to straggle about the country, the most of them but indifferent marksmen, losing generally 2 shots out of 3, their pieces often missing fire, and being slow in charging. Of this they had taken great notice, and concluded, as well they might, that fire arms were not so terrible things as they had been taught to believe. When the chiefs took leave in the evening, they promised to bring us next day a very large supply of provisions. In the article of fruit they were as good as their word, but of hogs, which we most wanted, they brought far less than we expected. Going ashore in the afternoon, I found the chief just sitting down to dinner. I cannot say what was the occasion of his dining so late. As soon as he was seated, several people began chewing the pepper root, about a pint of the juice of which, without any mixture, was the first dish, and was dispatched in a moment. A cup of it was presented to me, but the manner of brewing it was at this time sufficient. Oedidee was not so nice, but took what I refused. After this the chief washed his mouth with cocoa-nut water. Then he ate of repe, plantain, and mahi, of each not a little, and lastly finished his repast by eating, or rather drinking, about 3 pints of popoye, which is made of breadfruit, plantains, mahi, etc., beat together and diluted with water till it is of the consistence of a custard. This was at the outside of his house in the open air, for at this time a play was acting within, as was done almost every day in the neighbourhood, but they were such poor performances that I never attended. I observed that, after the juice had been squeezed out of the chewed pepper root for the chief, the fibres were carefully picked up and taken away by one of his servants. On my asking what he intended to do with it, I was told he would put water to it and strain it again. Thus he would make what I will call small beer. The 23rd wind easterly, as it had been ever since we left Otaheite. Early in the morning we unmoored, and at 8 weighed and put to sea. The good old chief was the last man who went out of the ship. At parting, I told him we should see each other no more, at which he wept and said, "Let your sons come, we will treat them well." Oree is a good man, in the utmost sense of the word, but many of the people are far from being of that disposition, and seem to take advantage of his old age. Teredere, his grandson and heir, being yet but a youth. The gentle treatment the people of this isle ever met with from me, and the careless and imprudent manner in which many of our people had rambled about in the country, from a vain opinion that fire arms rendered them invincible, encouraged many at Huaheine to commit acts of violence, which no man at Otaheite ever durst attempt. During our stay here we got breadfruit, cocoa-nuts, etc., more than we could well consume, but not hogs enough by far to supply our daily expense, and yet it did not appear that they were scarce in the isle. It must be allowed, however, that the number we took away, when last here, must have thinned them greatly, and at the same time stocked the isle with our articles. Besides, we now wanted a proper assortment of trade, which we had being nearly exhausted, and the few remaining red feathers being here but of little value, when compared to the estimation they stand in at Otaheite. This obliged me to set the smiths to work, to make different sorts of iron tools, nails, etc., in order to enable me to procure refreshments at the other isles, and to support my credit and influence among the natives. Book 2, Chapter 14. Recording by David Cole, Medway, Massachusetts. Book 2, Chapter 15 of A Voyage Towards the South Pole and Round the World, Volume 1, by James Cook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by David Cole. Chapter 15. Arrival at Ulietea, with an account of the reception we met with there, and the several incidents which happened during our stay. A report of 2 ships being at Huahine, preparations to leave the island, and the regret the inhabitants showed on the occasion. The character of Oedidee, with some general observations on the islands. 1774 May. As soon as we were clear of the harbour we made sail and stood over for the south end of Ulietea. Oree took the opportunity to send a man with a message to Opoony. Being little wind all the latter part of the day, it was dark before we reached the west side of the isle, where we spent the night. The same light variable wind continued till 10 o'clock next morning, when the trade wind at east prevailed, and we ventured to ply up to the harbour, first sending a boat to lie in anchorage in the entrance. After making a few trips we got before the channel, and with all our sails set, and the headway the ship had acquired, shut her in as far as she would go, then dropped the anchor and took in the sails. This is the method of getting into most of the harbours which are on the lee side of these isles, for the channels in general are too narrow to ply in. We were now anchored between the 2 points of the reef which form the entrance, each not more than 2/3 the length of a cable from us, and on which the sea broke with such height and violence as to people less acquainted with the place would have been terrible. Having all our boats out with anchors and warps in them, which were presently run out, the ship warped into safety, where we dropped anchor for the night. While this work was going forward, my old friend Oree the chief and several more came to see us. The chief came not empty. Next day we warped the ship into a proper berth, and moored her, so as to command all the shores around us. In the meantime a party of us went ashore to pay the chief a visit, and to make the customary present. At our first entering his house, we were met by 4 or 5 old women, weeping and lamenting, as it were, most bitterly, and at the same time cutting their heads, with instruments made of sharks' teeth, till the blood ran plentifully down their faces and on their shoulders. What was still worse, we were obliged to submit to the embraces of these old hags, and by that means were all besmeared with blood. This ceremony, for it was merely such, being over, they went out, washed themselves, and immediately after appeared as cheerful as any of the company. Having made some little stay, and given my present to the chief and his friends, he put a hog and some fruit into my boat, and came on board with us to dinner. In the afternoon we had a vast number of people in canoes about us, from different parts of the island. They all took up their quarters in our neighbourhood, where they remained feasting for some days. We understood that most of them were Erie-Oyes. The 26th afforded nothing remarkable, excepting that Mr. Forster, in his botanical excursions, saw a burying place for dogs, which they called Marai no te Ori, but I think we ought not to look upon this as one of their customs, because few dogs die a natural death, being generally, if not always, killed and eaten, or else given as an offering to the gods. Probably this might be a marae, or altar, where this sort of offering was made, or it might have been the whim of some person to have buried his favourite dog in this manner. But be it as it will, I cannot think it is a general custom in the nation, and for my own part I neither saw nor heard of any such thing before. Early in the morning of the 27th, Oree, his wife, son, daughter, and several more of his friends made us a visit, and brought with them a good quantity of all manner of refreshments, little having as yet been got from anybody else. They stayed dinner, after which a party of us accompanied them on shore, where we were entertained with a play called Midijij Harami, which signifies the child is coming. It concluded with the representation of a woman in labour, acted by a set of great brawny fellows, one of whom at last brought forth a strapping boy about 6 feet high, which ran about the stage, dragging after him a large wisp of straw, which hung by a string from his middle. I had an opportunity of seeing this acted another time, when I observed, that the moment they had got hold of the fellow who represented the child, they flattened or pressed his nose. From this I judged that they do so by their children when born, which may be the reason why all in general have flat noses. This part of the play, from its newness, and the ludicrous manner in which it was performed, gave us, the first time we saw it, some entertainment, and caused a loud laugh, which may be the reason why they acted it so often afterwards. But this, like all their other pieces, could entertain us no more than once, especially as we could gather little from them, for want of knowing more of their language. The 28th was spent by me in much the same manner as the preceding day, viz. In entertaining my friends, and being entertained by them, Mr Forster and his party in the country botanizing. Next morning we found several articles had been stolen out of our boats lying at the buoy, about 60 or 70 yards from the ship. As soon as I was informed of it, I went to the chief to acquaint him therewith. I found that he not only knew they were stolen, but by whom, and where they were, and he went immediately with me in my boat in pursuit of them. After proceeding a good way along shore, towards the south end of the island, the chief ordered us to land near some houses, where we did not wait long before all the articles were brought to us, except the pinnace's iron tiller, which I was told was still further off. But when I wanted to go after it, I found the chief unwilling to proceed, and he actually gave me the slip, and retired into the country. Without him I knew I could do nothing. The people began to be alarmed when they saw I was for going farther, by which I concluded that the tiller was out of their reach also. I therefore sent one of them to the chief to desire him to return. He returned accordingly when we sat down and had some victuals set before us, thinking perhaps that, as I had not breakfasted, I must be hungry, and not in a good humour. Thus I was amused till 2 hogs were produced, which they entreated me to accept. This I did, and then their fears vanished, and I thought myself not ill off, in having gotten 2 good hogs for a thing which seemed to be quite out of my reach. Matters being thus settled, we returned on board, and had the company of the chief and his son to dinner. After that we all went ashore, where a play was acted for the entertainment of such as would spend their time in looking at it. Besides these plays, which the chief caused frequently to be acted, there was a set of strolling players in the neighbourhood, who performed every day. But their pieces seemed to be so much alike, that we soon grew tired of them, especially as we could not collect any interesting circumstances from them. We, our ship, and our country, were frequently brought on the stage, but on what account I know not. It can hardly be doubted that this was designed as a compliment to us, and probably not acted but when some of us were present. I generally appeared at Oree's theatre towards the close of the play, and twice at the other, in order to give my mite to the actors. The only actress at Oree's theatre was his daughter, a pretty brown girl, at whose shrine on these occasions many offerings were made by her numerous votaries. This, I believe, was one great inducement to her father's giving us these entertainments so often. Early in the morning on the 30th, I set out with the 2 boats, accompanied by the 2 Mr. Forsters, Oedidee, the chief, his wife, son, and daughter, for an estate which Oedidee called his, situated at the north end of the island. There I was promised to have hogs and fruit in abundance, but when we came there, we found that poor Oedidee could not command one single thing, whatever right he might have to the Wenooa, which was now in possession of his brother, who, soon after we landed, presented to me, with the usual ceremony, 2 pigs. I made him a very handsome present in return, and Oedidee gave him everything he had left of what he had collected during the time he was with us. After this ceremony was over, I ordered one of the pigs to be killed and dressed for dinner, and attended myself to the whole operation, which was as follows. They first strangled the hog, which was done by 3 men. The hog being placed on his back, 2 of them laid a pretty strong stick across his throat, and pressed with all their might on each end. The 3rd man held his hind legs, kept him on his back, and plugged up his fundament with grass, I suppose to prevent any air from passing or repassing that way. In this manner they held him for about 10 minutes before he was quite dead. In the mean time, some hands were employed in making a fire to heat the oven which was close by. As soon as the hog was quite dead, they laid him on the fire and burnt or singed the hair, so that it came off with almost the same ease as if it had been scalded. As the hair was got off one part, another was applied to the fire till they had got off the whole, yet not so clean but that another operation was necessary, which was to carry it to the sea-side and there give it a good scrubbing with sandy stones and sand. This brought off all the scurf, etc., which the fire had left on. After well washing off the sand and dirt, the carcass was brought again to the former place, and laid on clean green leaves, in order to be opened. They first ripped up the skin of the belly, and took out the fat or lard from between the skin and the flesh, which they laid on a large green leaf. The belly was then ripped open and the entrails taken out, and carried them away in a basket, so that I know not what became of them, but am certain they were not thrown away. The blood was next taken out and put into a large leaf, and then the lard, which was put to the other fat. The hog was now washed clean, both inside and out, with fresh water, and several hot stones put into his belly, which were shaken in under the breast, and green leaves crammed in upon them. By this time the oven was sufficiently heated. What fire remained was taken away, together with some of the hot stones. The rest made a kind of pavement in the bottom of the hole or oven, and were covered with leaves, on which the hog was placed on his belly. The lard and fat, after being washed with water, were put into a vessel, made just then of the green bark of the plantain tree, together with 2 or 3 hot stoves, and placed on one side the hog. A hot stone was put to the blood, which was tied up in the leaf and put into the oven, as also breadfruit and plantains. Then the whole was covered with green leaves, on which were laid the remainder of the hot stones. Over them were leaves. Then any sort of rubbish they could lay their hands on, finishing the operation by well covering the whole with earth. While the victuals were breaking, a table was spread with green leaves on the floor, at one end of a large boar-house. At the close of 2 hours and 10 minutes, the oven was opened and all the victuals taken out. Those of the natives who dined with us sat down by themselves at one end of the table, and we at the other. The hog was placed before us, and the fat and blood before them, on which they chiefly dined, and said it was mamity, very good victuals, and we not only said but thought the same of the pork. The hog weighed about 50 pounds. Some parts about the ribs I thought rather overdone, but the more fleshy parts were excellent; and the skin, which by the way of our dressing can hardly be eaten, had by this method a taste and flavour superior to anything I ever met with of the kind. I have now only to add, that during the whole of the various operations they exhibited a cleanliness well worthy of imitation. I had been the more particular in this account, because I do not remember that any of us had seen the whole process before, nor is it well described in the narrative of my former voyage. While dinner was preparing, I took a view of this Wenua of Oedidee. It was a small but a pleasant spot, and the houses were so disposed as to form a very pretty village, which is very rarely the case at these isles. Soon after we had dined we set out for the ship with the other pig and a few races of plantains, which proved to be the sum total of our great expectations. In our return to the ship we put ashore at a place where, in the corner of a house, we saw 4 wooden images, each 2 feet long, standing on a shelf, having a piece of cloth round their middle, and a kind of turban on their heads, in which were stuck long feathers of cocks. A person in the house told us they were Eatua Note Tautu, gods of the servants or slaves. I doubt if this be sufficient to conclude that they pay them divine worship, and that the servants or slaves are not allowed the same gods as men of more elevated rank. I never heard that Tupia made any such distinction, or that they worshipped any visible thing whatever. Besides, these were the first wooden gods we had seen in any of the isles, and all the authority we had for their being such was the bare word of perhaps a superstitious person, and whom, too, we were liable to misunderstand. It must be allowed that the people of this isle are in general more superstitious than at Otaheite. At the first visit I made to the chief after our arrival, he desired I would not suffer any of my people to shoot herons and woodpeckers, birds as sacred with them as robin redbreasts, swallows, etc., are with many old women in England. Tupia, who was a priest and well acquainted with their religion, customs, traditions, etc., paid little or no regard to these birds. I mention this because some amongst us were of opinion that these birds are their Eatuas or gods. We indeed fell into this opinion when I was here in 1769, and into some others still more absurd, which we had undoubtedly adopted, if Tupia had not undeceived us. A man of his knowledge and understanding we have not since met with, and consequently have had nothing to his account of their religion, but superstitious notions. On the 31st, the people knowing that we should sail soon, began to bring more fruit on board than usual. Among those who came was a young man who measured 6 feet 4 inches and 6/10, and his sister, younger than him, measured 5 feet 10 inches and a half. 1774 June. A brisk trade for hogs and fruit continued on the 1st of June. On the 2nd in the afternoon, we got intelligence that 3 days before 2 ships had arrived at Huaheine. The same report said, the one was commanded by Mr. Banks, and the other by Captain Furneaux. The man who brought the account said, he was made drunk on board one of them, and described the persons of Mr. Banks and Captain Furneaux so well, that I had not the least doubt of the truth, and began to consider about sending a boat over that very evening, with orders to Captain Furneaux, when a man, a friend of Mr. Forster, happened to come on board, and denied the whole, saying that it was Waware, a lie. The man from whom we had the intelligence was now gone, so that we could not confront them, and there were none else present who knew anything about it but by report, so that I laid aside sending over a boat till I should be better informed. This evening we entertained the people with fireworks on one of the little isles near the entrance of the harbour. I had fixed on the next day for sailing, but the intelligence from Huaheine put a stop to it. The chief had promised to bring the man on board who first brought the account, but he was either not to be found or would not appear. In the morning the people were divided in their opinions, but in the afternoon all said it was a false report. I had sent Mr Clarke in the morning to the farthest part of the island to make inquiries there. He returned without learning anything satisfactory. In short, the report appeared now too ill-founded to authorize me to send a boat over, or to wait any longer here, and therefore early in the morning of the 4th I got everything in readiness to sail. Oree the chief, and his whole family, came on board to take their last farewell, accompanied by Ooroo, the Earee Dihee, and Boba, the Earee of Otaha, and several of their friends. None of them came empty, but Ooroo brought a pretty large present, this being his first and only visit. I distributed amongst them almost everything I had left. The very hospitable manner in which I had ever been received by these people had endeared them to me, and given them a just title to everything in my power to grant. I questioned them again about the ships at Huaheine, and they all, to a man, denied that any were there. During the time these people remained on board, they were continually importuning me to return. The chief, his wife and daughter, but especially the two latter, scarcely ever ceased weeping. I will not pretend to say whether it was real or feigned grief they showed on this occasion. Perhaps there was a mixture of both, but were I to abide by my own opinion only, I should believe it was real. At last, when we were about to weigh, they took a most affectionate leave. Oree's last request was for me to return. When he saw he could not obtain that promise, he asked the name of my marae, burying ground. As strange a question as this was, I hesitated not a moment to tell him Stepney, the parish in which I live when in London. I was made to repeat it several times over till they could pronounce it. Then Stepney Marae no Tuti was echoed through 100 mouths at once. I afterwards found the same question had been put to Mr Forster by a man on shore, but he gave a different, and indeed more proper answer, by saying, no man who used the sea could say where he should be buried. It is the custom, at these isles, for all the great families to have burial places of their own, where their remains are interred. These go with the estate to the next heir. The marae at Oparee in Otaheite, where Tutuha swayed the sceptre, was called Marae no Tutaha, but now it is called Marae no Otu. What greater proof could we have of these people esteeming us as friends, than their wishing to remember us, even beyond the period of our lives? They had been repeatedly told that we should see them no more. They then wanted to know where we were to mingle with our parent dust. As I could not promise or even suppose that more English ships would be sent to these isles, our faithful companion Oedidee chose to remain in his native country. But he left us with a regret fully demonstrative of the esteem he bore to us. Nor could anything but the fear of never returning have torn him from us. When the chief teased me so much about returning, I sometimes gave such answers as left them hopes. Oedidee would instantly catch at this, take me on one side, and ask me over again. In short, I have not words to describe the anguish which appeared in this young man's breast when he went away. He looked up at the ship, burst into tears, and then sunk down into the canoe. The maxim that a prophet has no honour in his own country was never more fully verified than in this youth. At Otaheite he might have had anything that was in their power to bestow, whereas here he was not in the least noticed. He was a youth of good parts, and, like most of his countrymen, of a docile, gentle, and humane disposition, but in a manner wholly ignorant of their religion, government, manners, customs, and traditions. Consequently, no material knowledge could have been gathered from him, had I brought him away. Indeed, he would have been a better specimen of the nation, in every respect, than Omai. Just as Oedidee was going out of the ship, he asked me to tattoo some paru for him, in order to show the commanders of any other ships which might stop here. I complied with his request, gave him a certificate of the time he had been with us, and recommended him to the notice of those who might afterwards touch at the island. We did not get clear of our friends till 11 o'clock, when we weighed and put to sea; but Oedidee did not leave us till we were almost out of the harbour. He stayed in order to fire some guns, for it being his Majesty's birthday, we fired the salute at going away. When I first came to these islands, I had some thought of visiting Tupia's famous Bola Bola; but as I had now got on board a plentiful supply of all manner of refreshments, and the route I had in view allowing me no time to spare, I laid this design aside, and directed my course to the west, taking our final leave of these happy isles, on which benevolent nature has spread her luxuriant sweets with a lavish hand. The natives, copying the bounty of nature, are equally liberal, contributing plentifully and cheerfully to the wants of navigators. During the 6 weeks we had remained at them, we had fresh pork, and all the fruits which were in season, in the utmost profusion, besides fish at Otaheite and fowls at the other isles. All these articles we got in exchange for axes, hatchets, nails, chisels, cloth, red feathers, beads, knives, scissors, looking glasses, etc., articles which will ever be valuable here. I ought not to omit shirts as a very capital article in making presents, especially with those who have any connection with the fair sex. A shirt here is full as necessary as a piece of gold in England. The ladies at Otaheite, after they had pretty well stripped their lovers of shirts, found a method of clothing themselves with their own cloth. It was their custom to go on shore every morning, and to return on board in the evening, generally clad in rags. This furnished a pretence to importune the lover for better clothes, and when he had no more of his own, he was to dress them in new cloth of the country, which they always left ashore, and appearing again in rags, they must again be clothed; so that the same suit might pass through 20 different hands, and be as often sold, bought, and given away. Before I finish this account of these islands, it is necessary to mention all I know concerning the government of Ulietea and Otaha. Oree, so often mentioned, is a native of Bola Bola, but is possessed of Winuas, or lands at Ulietea, which I suppose he, as well as many of his countrymen, got at the conquest. He resides here as Opoony's lieutenant, seeming to be vested with regal authority, and to be the supreme magistrate in the island. Uuru, who is the Erie by hereditary right, seems to have little more left him than the bare title, and his own Wenua, or district, in which I think he is sovereign. I have always seen Oree pay him the respect due to his rank, and he was pleased when he saw me distinguish him from others. Otaha, so far as I can find, is upon the very same footing. Boba and Ota are the two chiefs. The latter I have not seen. Boba is a stout, well-made young man, and we were told is, after Opoony's death, to marry his daughter, by which marriage he will be vested with the same regal authority as Opoony has now. So that it would seem, though a woman may be vested with regal dignity, she cannot have regal power. I cannot find that Opoony has got anything to himself by the conquest of these isles, any farther than providing for his nobles, who have seized on best part of the lands. He seems to have no demand on them for any of the many articles they have had from us. Oedidee has several times enumerated to me all the axes, nails, etc., which Opoony is possessed of, which hardly amount to as many as he had from me when I saw him in 1769. Old as this famous man is, he seems not to spend his last days in indolence. When we first arrived here, he was at Morana. Soon after he returned to Bola Bola, and, we were now told, he is gone to Tubi. I shall conclude this account of these islands with some observations on the watch, which Mr. Wales hath communicated to me. At our arrival at Matavai Bay in Otaheite, the longitude pointed out by the watch was 2 degrees 8 minutes 38½ seconds too far to the west. That is, it had gained, since our leaving Queen Charlotte Sound, of its then rate of going, 8 minutes 34½ seconds. This was in about 5 months or rather more, during which time it had passed through the extremes of cold and heat. It was judged that half this error arose after we left Easter Island, by which it appeared that it went better in the cold than in the hot climates. End of Book 2, Chapter 15. Recording by David Cole, Medway, Massachusetts. End of A Voyage towards the South Pole and Round the World, Volume 1, by James Cook.